I want to be able to like say something that's like irrational, because people feel irrationally sometimes. And like, what else should it be? Like, should you like write that and then be like, oh, I'm scared of like how people are gonna take this, so I'm gonna change it and like neuter the emotion in this because I'm worried about the response? I don't want to do that. You hear very extreme things in hardcore, but I'm also interested in the character of something like that. Like, you can hear a million people say like, you stabbed me in the back, now I'm going to kill you, now you get what's yours. But like, has that guy ever killed somebody? Like, probably not. But then like, I listen to something like I don't know how much you've ever dived into Kickback, but like the lore behind that band and like the records, I'm like, this guy is talking about things that I like. I'm starting to think he did this.
Right.
I'm not saying I want to go there like with my life, but I do want to reach a point where like when I'm in an emotional state, like that's my inclination, is to like create something. And like, if what comes out is like disgusting and slimy and that's like what it is, like I don't want that to be something that I just like throw away.
Hey everyone, hope you're doing well out there. This time my guest was Y from the band Gargoyle. This was a really special episode for me because this conversation was a long time coming. Y and I have known each other for 10 plus years and had been adjacent bands and even toured together and seen each other at countless shows, but we've never really sat down and talked like this. I think it's often that this happens with lots of people who love and respect each other, is they just don't find the time to really sit down and just talk long form like Y and I just did. And it was really meaningful. We first talked about, our history in the scene and in Louisville, and then immediately dived into lyricism, what it means to us, how we interpret it, and how we interpret the rules that are often set upon lyricism. Then we, of course, talked about video games for quite some time, then into philosophy and how we interpret music, how certain lyricists prepare us for certain moments that in our lives that we haven't yet experienced. It was just a lot of fun, and I'm super excited for you guys to hear it. So without further ado, here's Lynn from Gargoyle. Y, you are the vocalist and founder of Gargoyle and run the webzine Fleur De Core. You're a compassionate and shining example of the vegan straight edge lifestyle, and you've been a part of and contributed greatly to Louisville's DIY punk and hardcore scene for over a decade. Above all else, you are someone I deeply trust and respect. So Y, thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Thank you. That's so sweet.
So let's start at the beginning. I love asking people what their first real strong memories and associations with music are, because I think it can really deeply define them in a lot of ways, like whether they've become involved in music later in life or not. For example, I would grow up in the house with Alison Krauss being played in the background. She's like a country bluegrass singer. And I would learn all the lyrics. These are songs about complicated adult relationships, guilt, and hardship that I didn't really comprehend or understand at the time. But her style was kind of rubbed off on me in a subconscious way that I've come to really appreciate. So do you think there's any artists or songs that you heard growing up that have shaped your musical taste in any way?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was always like, I think like, especially with my dad, he wasn't really set on like one specific genre, like, whereas like, other people have an experience where like their dad's really into classic rock and like maybe their mom's really into country, and my mom was definitely more into like the country side of things. But with my dad, he was like kind of more eclectic. He wasn't really into like heavier music as much. That was something I kind of had to like find on my own. But I just remember like him just like showing me so many songs like on the radio or like on his iTunes, and just like he had kind of like an analytical thing to it. Like he would just like point out certain lines to me and be like, it's, you know, that's crazy, like what a
Mm,
like mean thing to say, like in
right.
this like beautiful ballad or something. And I think that's like really shaped like how I take in music. Like I'm always like, there's just, you know, when there's like certain things in songs that like really stay with you, and like a specific band that I kind of like associate with him is the Cranberries.
Mm,
That's like a really formative band for me, and honestly, as I've gotten older, like I like them even more, like especially like as I've gotten, you know, more into like things like shoegaze or like quote unquote dream pop and like stuff like that. Like as far as like, you know, what you're hearing first in that band is like vocally like at the forefront, because she has like such a distinctive like voice and just way she goes about singing. But like also the guitar, like there's so many like interesting things going on with the guitar in that are very like, I guess you could say like adjacent to like creation, like record style stuff like Cocteau Twins and like things like that. And like I assume it was kind of like, you know, that was like inspired or like adjacent, like a peer dynamic as far as like the influence. But yeah, that band really stays with me. Um, and like my mom was just like way more into like country and pop country, and that like really didn't do it for me growing up. But now like in the past few years, like I've kind of had like a reinterpretation of like how I see music like that, and not like
mm.
all of it. Like I'd say like the artists that like she liked the most, like those are maybe not my favorite, but like I've really come to like appreciate that genre more, like the beginning, the middle, and like where it's at now. But
Mhm.
yeah.
I love that view of being able to point out the absurdity of like a lyric in a song that's like on its surface, like presenting as this, but then it's like, wait, they just said that though.
Yeah,
Like that
yeah,
is
yeah.
totally outside of what is being presented here. And I think that I imagine shaped that you as a lyricist as well,
Yeah.
is to kind of say what you mean what you say, kind of, but also it is kind of fun to put things like little Easter eggs or different layers of understanding into a song. Like on the surface layer, you could be saying this, but if you look just a little bit deeper, you realize it has a whole new meaning.
Yeah, it can be something like that, or it can even be something that's like I was listening to an interview recently with the singer of that band Basement, and he was on the first ever podcast, which is Jeremy Bolm from Touche,
Mm,
and he went on this whole thing about like how he's like really inspired in finding a lot out of just like common things people say. So just like sayings like it is what it is, or just like something like that, and like giving like really crazy like weight to that like in songwriting, just because it's
mm,
like almost like such like a common influence, like just like things you hear people say all the time that you're so like desensitized to, but then you like give it this like weight where you say it over like a breakdown or like the like swooning like bridge of like a beautiful song. And like I don't know, like that's definitely something I like am inspired by as well, like in songwriting. Like like I think when I was younger, I wrote like my first like experiences with like creating, I think, were mostly like poetry and just like writing in verse. And a lot of times in poetry, like whether it's like well done or not, like maybe your intention or your message is like somewhat obscured. Like you have to like peel back the literary device or whatever it is, and like maybe it's like still like obvious, but like I don't know, like so I was used to writing that way a lot for a long time, like writing in like a poetic way, and that was like the only way I knew how to write. But like especially in the last couple years, I've really been trying to like push myself to be as blunt as possible, because it's like more challenging for me. Like it's
mm,
not, and that's not like a flex, it's just not my like natural thing to just like say what I am feeling, because when I do write that, it's like I almost like wince because it doesn't feel right or doesn't look right. But then when you sing it or you yell it in like the right light, then you're like how did I make like such a simple for like how do people do that? I don't I was thinking about that today actually because I was listening to our mutual friend John Hayes has a new band and it's called Emanating Peace, and I saw them the other night and I had listened to the record maybe once all the way through. I hadn't really done like a full deep dive, and then I saw them play the other night, and one of their last songs on the record and in the set, I think they were like maybe playing it in order. He just says like over a breakdown, like he says it twice, like repeats it, and he says, "What are you gonna do when I do it?" And I was just like,
Whoa.
like it gave me goosebumps. Like you know, and it's like it's not like the most blunt thing ever because like you don't know, I guess, like the actual action he's talking about, but like he's just being so like that's just like something you would say to someone, you know, and being able to do that in a song, like pull it off, like that's like one of the coolest things ever, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It's less of like how we're classically conditioned or like by academia to like write a song where it's supposed to be dressed up in a certain way, but it feels more powerful when it's like a direct line from that person to the person that they're intending it to be for. It's like the first time we hear songs that sound like a letter to somebody and you're like, whoa, this was like it feels like you're peeking into something that you shouldn't be.
Yeah,
like this is really personal.
It feels wrong.
Yes. And so you're it's something very private instead of something that is obviously written to be kind of broadcasted to a general audience. Anybody who's listening, hear me out kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I definitely resonate with what you said about, you know, these phrases, these terms we use, they kind of, we oversaturate them over time and then they lose their meaning. And I think the same thing happens with some of the most sage wisdom, like treat others how you wish to be treated. You know, like this small things like that, where it's like we've heard it so many times that we don't even think about it or doesn't bring us real meaning anymore. But if you just really meditate on it for a moment and see it from a different angle like that, when it's presented by somebody saying it to you so bluntly, then you rediscover its meaning all over again and kind of have this new discovery. That was a really cool observation by them.
Yeah, I think it's like there's definitely things like that we like grow numb to, and I think it works on the flip side too, in like a dangerous way, where there's like affirmations we repeat or like things we say that aren't possible, or just, you know, I'm just this type of person or I'm just this type of person, but like that's kind of just a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like you don't, like these things, like we choose what we give weight to, and like there are things that are objectively true or not true, but like I don't know, that also can just come down to perspective a lot of times. So
yeah, but putting it out there over and over again starts to manifest. Like especially with the negative self-talk like that, where it's like, oh, I can never do this because I'm this. You will become that.
Yeah,
I
for sure.
definitely believe that over a while. If you paint yourself or have this certain worldview in some way, then it kind of becomes your reality. Like what your consciousness that's how a way consciousness can affect reality is just the way you project over and over again until it becomes like tangible.
Yeah, even if you don't think like manifesting something is like actually like bringing it into the world, like it is real in the way that like if you tell yourself something, you can convince yourself of it in a bad or a good way.
Absolutely.
And like that will, I mean, that does change the world because you're changing like how you go about your life.
Exactly, which affects other people, which affects everything around us.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow. What was the first genre that really grabbed your attention? Where you're like, "Whoa, this is different. This is not what I've been hearing lately."
Yeah, so I've been trying to like think about like this a lot, because I think like I don't know. I was talking to a friend the other day, and she also, like, you know, similarly to me, has like grown up with her partner like through music, and she was just talking about how like he has such like a you know, index kind of mind when it comes to these things, and he's like, I remember the first time I heard metal and the first time I heard
Mm.
hardcore, and I don't know if I can pinpoint the exact moment, because I think for me, so many times in my life, something that's come to be like really important to me is maybe something I was had an aversion to the first few times I heard it. So I can't
Mm.
really like, I really wish I could place like, I remember the first time I heard a breakdown, or I
Mhm.
remember the first time, you know, I heard like distortion at all. And I can't really, but I do like the, I guess like uncool answer to my formative stuff is like I was definitely like a scene kid, and so like, you know, some of my first like live music experiences, and like as far as like digging into bands, was like listening to bands like that,
Mm.
like on YouTube, like showing my full hand. Like the first time I went to go see live music, it was to see Black Veil Brides, which is
Yeah,
like
love it.
insane thinking about. And also like I've been thinking about recently how that's such a weird standout kind of band, honestly, in that world, because
Mhm.
like they weren't playing breakdowns, like they don't have like clean choruses. They were kind of just like a, you know, like hard rock, like radio rock, butt rock, whatever band, like from the start. Honestly, it was just like dressed up in like a different way.
Literally and figuratively.
Yeah, literally. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And but the bands on like that show then like led me down a different rabbit hole, because they were playing breakdowns, and they were
Mhm.
like, you know, singing, or they were doing clean choruses or whatever. But like, so I was like drawn, like it was a version of, you know, heavy alternative, like whatever, like it was some kind of subculture that pulled me in initially. Like I wasn't like before that obsessed with like, you know, classic rock or anything, or metal. Like I did not have like a metal gateway experience like a lot of people in heavy music do. Um so that just kind of led me down a rabbit hole where I just looked into more and more bands, and like I said, a lot of it, like it didn't do it for me at first. Like I remember having, I've talked to Isaac before about this, Isaac from Knocked Loose, but like at and maybe you had this experience too, but like since we like more or less came up in the same like class, I guess, but like my interpretation of like what the term like post-hardcore was like scene bands like that.
Mm.
And then I like learned later that's like a much older term, and you know, it means more so like an evolution of like a DC sound, like bands like Quicksand or stuff like that. But so like for a long time I just like sought out like scene like post-hardcore bands, and I just like ate all that stuff up, and was getting into like a little bit of like what I understood as emo then at the time and things like that. But whenever I like saw something just classified as just hardcore and I listened to it, I'll be like, there's no like clean chorus in this. Like what do you how do you do that? Because
Mhm.
I'm like growing up, like I have like a radio brain, because
Mhm.
like I feel like it took me a really long time to like take in music through albums and like understand that. And maybe that's like how I was shown music because of my parents. But like my dad did have like a pretty vast like CD collection. Like he was listening to albums, but like the radio is how you like sample everything for the first time. And like it was just more a thing, at least then in my household. Like that was like, you actually listen to the radio in the car, you know. This is
Mhm.
like not so long ago, but we're not like bluetoothing our phone like to the car every time we get
Right.
in. So like I don't know, you kind of have to like sit with things and like actually think about it, and whether you hate it or whether you don't. And yeah, when I like fell down the rabbit hole of like looking into all those bands, I was also doing it on YouTube. And like, then there's like limits on YouTube. Like you don't often like I remember there like being a limit on YouTube videos. It used to be like 9 minutes.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Like there,
absolutely.
if you're watching like
Yes.
a video game walkthrough, it's like part 1, part 2, part
It'd
3,
be like
part 4.
200
Like
parts.
yeah. And like which is probably an editing nightmare because there's no built-in thing to the YouTube with like,
Yeah.
oh, let us just cut your video
Yeah.
here. Like you had to just figure that out. But like so like I'm listening to single songs being uploaded. I have no comprehension of like records. Like my interpretation then before I knew how to like torrent and download music is like you listen to it on YouTube. Like I don't know what like an album really. I mean, I didn't like I knew what it was, but I wasn't like the only way I thought you could listen to music was YouTube and iTunes. And iTunes you have to spend money on it. So I would have to like wait, every few weeks and be like, Dad, can I get like 3 songs? And then they went from like 99 cents to $1.20 and just like like adds
Yeah,
up.
it
So
does.
and then you're like, yeah, you're getting one song at a time. You're not getting albums because they're like 10, 15, $20 like even on iTunes. So yeah, I don't know like so that was like yeah, that's my like uncool answer is I was into all the scene stuff, but that like led me down this like hole of like being like not in like an extreme way, but like I also had like Tumblr during that time, so I was like on there, and then I would find stuff that would be like that but just slightly different. And then I would like that led me to like seeking out and going to like my first like hardcore shows just like on my own accord because of bands I found on there, and then I would somehow figure out that they were playing. So
Was it through hardcore or that metal genre that you started digesting albums at a time and as a full thought from the artist?
yeah, I don't think that really started happening until I was like in high school, like properly, and was being shown like I was like introed like this is how you download music. Because then when you download music, it's like everything's at your fingertips. Like you're getting discographies and with all these live versions and remixes and like you have everything. It's like almost the opposite. I mean, it's kind of overwhelming. Like I remember being like, I don't know, I was probably only like realistically I wasn't that old, but it felt like a late time to get into it. But like I remember telling someone like, oh yeah, like I've never really like I guess I've never really like listened to The Cure like that, and them just being like, well, like the first like like 7 records are good, and I was just like
7.
oh shit, okay. Like so I had to like I remember torrenting The Cure discography and then there being like a comment on the torrent upload and be like, this is actually missing the quintessential 2000 EP Blood Flowers and you should really add that. And so then I had to like download that separately and like make sure I had it all. And so that probably took me like a good 2 or 3 years to work through the Cure discography because I like sit with records and like I'm almost like intimidated by what comes next because like it's like part of me doesn't want to be disappointed, but part of me also wants to like understand like what's gonna happen next. And yeah, so and now that that's like a really formative band for me, but
Yeah, I felt like that was a easy way. Yeah, we went from such scarcity to like we got to get it at the record store, like buy it physically to, or I would have a little tape player, and if a song I heard on the radio came on, I'd quickly get it out and record it, and then make myself a mixtape of the song so I could actually listen to them on demand through my tape player. And then going from that to getting anthologies, discographies of whole catalogs, I immediately got burnt on like certain artists.
Yeah.
Like my favorite band, Pink Floyd, I like listened to everything multiple times, and I had to like step away for like a few years just to like make sure I didn't damage my relationship with this band.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I do that even now. Like, I mean, like, because I think it's like rare anymore for me to like find an album where I like am like, I mean, I guess that's not true because I'm hearing demos like monthly where like, you know, like hardcore, like we're in like a fucking like demo-ance where there's just there's like 7 demos a week. I like can't even keep up as someone that like wants to be like actively keeping up. So I hear like, if you want to call those like albums, like I'm hearing those in full and I'm liking them. But as far as like, you know, like what feels like, you know, like a record, like I'm not hearing something in full that like, you know, does something to me like often. So it's more than often like a song or two off the record. And that's still like a great feeling. Like almost every time that I feel that, which I'm sure I feel it like monthly still, I always have this thought where I'm like, what if I like never feel this again? Like what if I like, because often recently like I've heard songs where, you know, it catches me and I'm just like, I've been in such a music rut that I play that song like 30 times in a day the first time I hear it. Because like when you find a song that like, you know, like it's introing the riff and you just feel it immediately and you're like, oh, I'm gonna burn this song up. And then like, yeah, I'll like be doing that every other day to that track. And then like I have to be like, okay, I gotta put this away for a while. Or when I do listen to this, it has to be like on the record and I have to be like working my way up to hearing it. And then it hits that much harder, you know? So I don't know. Streaming's kind of like evil in that way because you can just like ruin a piece of art for yourself, I guess.
Yeah, you can definitely drive a record into the ground by listening to it over and over again. And that's true. There is something to be said about having a physical, you know, you're less likely to listen to it over and over again if you have to physically move the needle.
Yeah.
You know? I hadn't thought of that, but that's, yeah, there, and as a kid, like going from that scarcity to digesting whole discographies at once, like listening to them in a whole week, it's like, whoa, I just listened to like 30 years of music. It was overwhelming for sure.
Yeah.
So you definitely learn like what pace is best for you.
Yeah, I basically like I had a friend that like she showed me, and this was like well after I was initiated at this point, like I was into punk, I was into hardcore, and I was really into screamo. And she showed me like blog spots and like how do you download music off of those. And like honestly looking back, I feel like I didn't even use those to like their full potential because there's this really big one. I don't know if you would have ever come across it, but it was called Sophie's Floorboard. And the person would always do like a full write-up on the band when they upload it. Like they did bands at a time. It'd be like, here's a write-up on the band, here's the discography. And a lot of times, unless the band had an actual discography record, then like they were like, this came out this year, here's the track list. This came out this year, here's the track list. And then hyperlinks to each release, separate zippy share file for each thing. And that was like how I got, because it had a lot of, it was basically all those things on there. It was like, it was really screamo heavy. It was a lot of hardcore, but there's also like I got I think I got the Black Flag discography off of there too. Cause that was like another band where I was like working one of my first jobs at like 19 and just like working with like older punks there and then talking about Black Flag at one point. And I was like, I guess I've never really like, I guess I never really like listened to that band. Like I've never really dived in. And they're like, you're like going to hardcore shows and you've never listened to Black Flag. And like now on reflection, I'm like, that discography is pretty spotty. Like obviously foundational tracks, like really great stuff there, but like I didn't need all 10 gigabytes of that. Like I could have stopped after maybe 3 of them. Like, but yeah, so I don't know. Like I think like having that all like at my fingertips, it just like let me do this thing where I like sometimes would pick out bands by name or like, you know, just like a name that catches your your attention, or it's like, oh, I've like kind of heard of this before, and so I would just like download 10 bands at a time, and then I would just like listen to all of that for like the next week, and then I would have like more stuff to come back to the next week. It was like, I wish I did that more now, but I feel like the way we're conditioned, like what like algorithms and stuff have done to us, it almost leads us down a circular path instead. Like, I think the Spotify algorithm used to honestly be like way better. There's like certain things with certain platforms that have gotten better, but as far as like the related artists and stuff like that, it's like, I feel like it's in a pretty dark place in my experience. But I feel like that's also because like the smaller something is, like the smaller a band is on a platform like that, like the less it is like compatible. Because I don't know, there used to be a time where like if I listened to a hardcore band on Spotify, it would list like bands like, yes, with like similar stream counts or whatever, but like also like from their regional scene. And now like I've noticed, because you know, like you like check your own band or you check your friends, just like see what like the, you know, where they're at like numbers wise, or just like if they put something else new out, and you're like, oh, all these related artists are like things I haven't heard of in like maybe a bad way, where it like it feels like just lumped together with stuff that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen it both ways on Spotify, where I've seen it where it's like, oh, I know that they're actually friends with that band, and that makes sense. And then I've seen it where it's like, what? No, that makes absolutely no sense. It'll be like someone,
it changes like way more often than it used to too, I think.
Yeah. Now it's kind of gotten really weird and wonky in ways where like I'll be like a friend's like hardcore band, and it'll be like Marilyn Manson is like the first recommended artist. Like, what? It's like, why? How is this even kind of related? But yeah, I think streaming has definitely had its pros and cons with that. But I think it's I guess it's inevitable like that we'd want that kind of on demandness from our music. But I think we just have to learn what all of our limits are, and like what will burn us on music, and what I guess we'll just find and also observe old ways of taking in music as well, and kind of just trying to emulate that in our own way.
Yeah, like nothing's stopping me from like getting an iPod and like only listening to music that way. I've thought about doing it multiple times. I mean, there was a time like it was probably like a year or two before COVID where I did because they had this iPod. They had like a newer Nano that they discontinued. That was like, it had the touch screen and like OS of an iPod Touch, but just only for music. Like so it was like touch screen and like easy to go through, but like it just had like 20 gigabytes for music. And I got that at one point and just like didn't have streaming, but like you have to put the extra effort in of like, I gotta boot up my laptop and like download some more stuff, and like and like the collector in me and the like archivist in me like is like, why are you not still doing that? Because like every time I see like a new release come out, and I'm like, especially in hardcore or just like anything like closer to anything like DIY or like subculture, I'm like, something like comes out and I like notice, like I'm like, oh, they like really only put this on streaming, like this isn't on Bandcamp. So like if y'all don't pay your distro kid, like
it's just gone.
This is just gone.
Yeah.
And like, you know, like I don't know, you're talking to Cadillac about like audio quality and stuff like that, and I'm like, has anyone really like heard this record's like lossless potential or something like that? Because it's like only on streaming, and like it's like, I don't know, I'm not like in I don't have the time enough to be an audiophile, but I wish I could be. Like if I had the right space and the right setup, it's just all these extra steps you have to go through. But I do think it's like it's dangerous when something only exists on streaming. I think you should put the extra effort just for it to be like on Bandcamp. I mean, I guess if you want the control of being able to pull something, like people do so often now, like, you know, you put something out, feel a little weird about it, like pull it. Like you see that a lot with like, I don't know, like smaller, like SoundCloud kind of like R&B artists and stuff like that. Like whether it's for like samples not being cleared or just like them just like not feeling it a few months later, like you kind of see that a lot. So I don't know, I guess there's like, you do have that power, but for something like in my mind, like hardcore, like it should be like a full photograph. Like it should be like a panorama that just like you get more of as like time goes on. And like if something does, like if you do realize it like sucked when it started or whatever, like you should be able to like look at that and be like, wow, it's crazy you like were able to come from like how bad this demo sounded to like even the 7-inch after. Like that's like awesome.
Yeah,
Like
having
I don't
that
think you should be
contrast.
like, I mean, and don't get me wrong, like there's like songs I'm on out there I would like cringe and leave the room if I heard being played through a speaker, but like I do think it should like be out there. It should like exist in some way, like somewhere.
Yeah, I agree. I think artists should reserve the right to be able to pull it if they want, but
Yeah.
it is like really meaningful to look at how far you've like gone, and it's something that it's not just about you as the artist, you know, it's about the audience too. They're like a huge part of that. The audience, we all have artists we love to have seen the growth process of. It's like, wow, when like 10 years ago when I was listening to them, they were making completely different music. It was like way more immature, and now they've found this place. And having that contrast is cool. It's you want to kind of go back and be like, wow, that's what they sounded like, even though you probably know in your mind that they probably hate that record's out there.
For sure.
And if you think it was like, you know, a bit immature, they probably think, you know, that but times 10.
Yeah.
But it's I think the extreme of that, which I've seen, is I remember this, I think it was a Pusha T record came out, and there was one song in the album that it sounded like it was the vocals weren't mixed, and like it was actually just they were raw vocals on there. But I was like, oh, I see what they did there. Like it was like a raw moment where like
it was a complete accident.
It was a complete accident. And
that's insane. It's something to that scale. I mean, like, I don't know. It makes you like realize that like how like no matter like how big someone gets, like just because someone is like massive, it doesn't mean that they have like the team of 35 that you think they do, or that just doesn't like run the way you think it does, where it's like everyone checking off all these boxes, like making sure, like I don't think everyone has like Taylor Swift's team behind them, like it like make I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of that in like movies too. Like there's so much chaos with like productions, and like you realize how close to deadlines everything hits or like goes way past like what it's supposed to, despite this thing having like $300 million behind it.
Yeah, you see the Starbucks cop in the Game of Thrones episode.
Yeah.
Like, how? This is the biggest show on television, and this is happening.
Is that real? Did that actually happen?
That actually happened.
That's insane.
Yeah, they had a straight face scene.
It's still a show I've never dived into.
Well, it's complicated.
Now my immersion's broken.
It's complicated. Yeah, it was definitely a wild ass moment.
Yeah.
But you know, it's something they patched out, which going back to that Pusha T record, it started reminding me of video games, like patches, where like it used to be when you release a video game, that's it. It's on wax. It's on the cartridges. You sent it out, and if there's a glitch, if there's a bug, that's a part of the game now.
Yes.
Forever. And now games come out half made and they just build them and patch them as they go. And so I reminded me of that with that Pusha T record where like, oh, this bug happened, this mistake we made, where it could have become this thing that I had this experience with where I listened to, I'm like, oh, I'm taking like this metaphorical meaning, or I'm deriving meaning from something that isn't there from the mistake, but I'm still getting something from it where I'm like, whoa, they didn't mix it because like this was like what he said was like so raw, and so they made the vocals raw. But even though that wasn't the intention, I still got something positive from it.
Which is crazy. Once you put it that way, you're like,
and then they do a patch update, like a video game, to this album that I was sitting with. And so that's a really weird thing with streaming, where you listen to an album one day and it happens to tons of albums all the time, and we just don't know. Where just like a small thing, they'll be listening to it, like the final release, big team, and they're like, oh, that little part's kind of off. Oh, we'll patch it. We'll just push them another song through and just update that version of it.
Yeah.
And it's like just listening to a record and almost like I felt like I was being gaslit, because I listened to it again like the next day and it was fixed, and I was like,
oh, so it was like that on release date, and they fixed it by the next day type of situation.
And so, and then I kind of had forgotten about it, and then I later read some article about it, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not crazy. And so that's what happened.
Yeah.
I thought maybe I'd misheard it, or I even like,
what record was that on?
It was on a Pusha T record that was I think produced, it was part of this like big production like push that he was doing like a while back. I think it was produced by Kanye West. That, like the Pusha T record was, and I think everything was just really rushed and not well done professionally at all.
Well, that's what I was honestly like thinking about, because like, I mean, going back to like the video game example, which is like something I hate so much about like modern video games, like, because like that thing about like, oh, you'll just like patch it until it's like fine. Like, how many examples can we think of where that game ends up being amazing? Like, even if it ends up being something where people are like, no, like it's actually good.
It ended up
like,
being good. Yeah.
Is that like what we like want? Like, we want something to like end up being fine after taking a year and a half of it being released. But I don't know. Like, I think it's still true if you think about like, you know, comparing that to like music now, because like we don't all have the tools at our disposal. Like, I'm sure you can now, like, but like I remember when like, you know, like Life of Pablo's coming out, he's like changing it. He's like I think that was the first real example of that being like anyone being allowed to do that. And that was it. It was, you know, one of the biggest artists of all time, and that's it. That's the only person that can, you know, pull their track off Spotify and change it to a completely different song, and like the album is not becoming unavailable for any period of time. There's no delay. It's just like you can do whatever you want. Like,
yeah.
And I'm sure like maybe now like we could like pull something like using DistroKid or whatever, and like, you know, swap out, you know, one file for the other if we like emailed support or something, but it's not going to be on the same like timeline.
Yeah, you don't have a direct line.
And if you are doing something which, like, you know, I guess way more common and important in subculture, like getting your record like on vinyl, getting your tapes made, like you can't patch that. No, so like, yeah, I mean, like, I think that's good. I don't know if someone should be like able to self-edit their hardcore demo. Like, yeah, it's like a novelty idea, I guess, but like, I don't know if that, I think there's like, I mean, hardcore, like, it's fleeting. It's, like, momentary. It's, like, something being captured at that time. Like, I don't think it should be, like, something you can, like, just, like, change. Like, I don't know. It's the same thing with, like, whether it sucks or not when it comes out. Like, I don't know. It should just be, like, what it is. And, you know, if you want to make the better version of it, you can. But, yeah,
it makes me think like certain albums will certain genres that obviously will like really adopt that, and some will totally reject it.
Yeah.
I think hardcore will probably reject that like
Yeah.
ideology, but you know, I think some people might be. I think it. While we think it's weird, I imagine some people might think it's cool to have this living, breathing record that's like out, but it's like changing, and so
Yeah.
when you never know, like it's so weird the thought of, but like never know when you press replay if it's going to be the same again, because it's being like perhaps it's like a team of people who are constantly editing it slightly in different ways, like for the first week it comes out, and so every time you press replay there's something slightly different, and you try to kind of place like what may be different and what's not. That's such a weird way to take in an album. It's like this it's a living breathing thing at this one point.
It's like it's not something inherently like bad, and like
Right.
if I came across, I'm inevitably, I guess there's going to be a band that does that as the tools become like more available, and maybe it's just it's there right now and no one's just like clicked all the buttons the way you can to make that happen yet, at least in this like space. But like yeah, I do like it's a novelty idea, but I think it kind of takes away from like the spirit of the thing. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like it is cool when you like, because you know, like when like you know Donda's coming out, like he's doing all these like he's like mixing it before he goes on, like you know back again to like you know no one like the you know person at the top of the top, like he's not like these things are not as like laid out as you think. Like if someone really just wants to be like doing it by the seat of their pants, they like can.
Absolutely.
And yeah, it is like a cool thing to be like sifting through all these like demos or like this song was this at one point. And but I guess I'm just like more interested in like what the final product of something is, like
Yeah.
not the product but I guess like the complete vision. Because like I mean it makes me think of like how many times have we been at a show and like someone's like, oh, like I have this crazy new like demo, this crazy new band I'm working on, like let me just show you, and they just put their Dropbox file up to your ear, and it's like how many times is it mixed? Like how many times is it like the finished song? And even then, that's not how I want to hear a song for the first time. That does like nothing for me. Like it like maybe this is the me like course correcting for like how I experience music like at a really young age, but like now I'm like I want the art in front of me. I want to like stare at it. I want to like listen to the tracks in order. I want to be like in my car or have my headphones in. I don't want to like play it out loud off my phone and like be like removed from it or do the dishes or like it being like half like in the other room or something. Like I want the record, like
full immersion.
Yeah. And all the other things like are just kind of like novelty things that I think like wear off. Like what stands the, you know, what I'm always looking for at the end of the day is the tracks, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. When did you start going from purely a listener to somebody who wanted to perform?
Yeah, so I don't remember the exact moment. I can think about like how I got there, but I guess going back, like take my jacket off really quick. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I guess going back to like my first show experiences, like the hardcore didn't come that much longer after that. Like and I think that's a big and really important thing to me about hardcore is like the live aspect. So like the story I guess of like my like first like show proper, like outside of like, you know, being like a scene kid, was I band I know you really like too. I found the band Xerxes. I think honestly like through Tumblr, because it was just like, I was into like Top Shelf and like Run for Cover bands at that point, because that there was a lot of overlap with that, and like, just like being into like what I thought was post hardcore then, and like, I guess like what I was really listening to was just like a crazy glossy version of metalcore. But anyways, like, so I found that band because I was really into like the record. So their record out at that point was Our Home Was a Deathbed, which was way closer at that point, like to like things like Pianos Become the Teeth and like Law Dispute and Touche. Like it wasn't exactly any of those, but it was like if you put it next to any of it, it made perfect sense. Like it was just something a little more melodic, but it wasn't like clean at the same time. And so I was really into that record, and I somehow through like, because I think at this point I had probably already like understood the concept of like seeking out shows on the internet. I just didn't have all the right people added or like pages followed to be like keeping track of like I missed out on a lot just from like not knowing. And there's way more I would have checked out. Like I think about like how you in your episode with Cadillac, you're like explaining about your first show and how that was pianos, and like that band was like really big for me, and especially like you seeing them during that time, like that's insane. And I remember becoming, because I never even like made it to like a Chestnut House show or a Skull Alley show. Like I was just like a little bit past that. And I remember when I became like aware enough to be able to like find the Chestnut House, like I don't remember if it was, I think they had like their own website with just like shows on it, or maybe it was like a blog spot. And I remember seeing the flyer for that piano show and just being like, yo, I missed this like 3 years ago. Like I'm devastated, because I think if I'm remembering right, that was with that show. I don't know if it would have like stuck out in your brain now, but that show had that band Birds in Row on it.
Oh wow.
Which is like, are you familiar with that band now?
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, that had to be like the first time they were in America. Like they're a French band. Like I later saw that band and was introduced to that band because they played the Chariots like farewell tour.
Oh wow.
And so like I remember like this had to be like after I went to that, because there's like an overlap where like you get into hardcore, but you're still into these like things that are like, and like some of it holds up and some of it doesn't. Like I'll stand by certain things that are like not cool or whatever. Like I don't care. Like a track is a track to me. But so yeah. So all that rambling. I find out there's a Xerxes show at Haymarket, and it's Xerxes, Damaged Goods, Another Mistake, and Stabler. And I think there was maybe one other band. I found the flyer recently because they did that. I don't know if you saw, but the guy that does the Louisville hardcore site, he like did a really big like digitizing project of like all these old like hardcore flyers, and it goes like all the way like back to the 80s, and like it goes through like our like that era, like our formative era too. And so yeah, I found the event page not that long ago, but I need to see if I can find the flyer on there. But yeah, so that like, I mean, that was pretty much like a one and done situation for me. Like I went to that show and it like broke me. Like it just like, I say it all the time, and it's like half a joke but like half true, but like that was like the point hardcore ruined my life. Like like because I just like it was amazing to like see, like I mean, looking, there's a video of that Xerxes set, I think, and it's like everyone just kind of standing with their arms crossed, and then like if you can pick me out, I'm probably like being very emotive and like dorky, and I like can't believe that I'm seeing live music.
Yeah.
But then all the bands leading up to that, I'd never seen anything like that live before, ever.
Yeah.
I think there was like, I can't remember like the timeline of things, but I think maybe right before that, because I was into kind of all those bands that were like, they were close, and they're like definitely like, you know, I'm sure like members were in like things that, you know, my friends now would consider like more legitimate, but like I was really into like the Ghost Inside and like Stick to Your Guns as I was becoming like a little less swoopy hair and a little more like, I don't know, just like into the moshy side of things. Like those bands don't have clean choruses, and I like understood it. Like I got that. And when I went to see those two bands on that specific tour, I like went out of town with friends, and that was like a really big deal. I think that was the first time I'd done that. Like convinced a friend's mom to like take us, like stay in a hotel that night, like everything, just like go to this show. And Rotting Out was like the support on that. And that was like another moment where I was like I've, you know, I've seen bands, like I've seen people mosh to bands and stuff, but like when a hardcore band like that played to that many people in that room, I had like some of the movements I had never even like seen before, like the way people were like going side to side. I was just like, like I'm scared.
Yeah.
like
Absolutely.
And so that was like another, I think that would have been like right before that Xerxes show, like that same year probably. But yeah, looking back, like that Xerxes show was like, there wasn't like any kind of crazy reaction during a lot of the bands or anything like that, because I still didn't really understand how that could happen in a small room and it be like an insane experience. I was just like watching the bands, and I was like, everything else like almost didn't matter. I was just like fully captivated. And also like in the time that we were like coming in, like I mean, you got to see like crazier things than me, because you got to like go to the Chestnut House shows and like the Skull Alley stuff, and those shows, like because of just the nature of like the smaller space, and like just I think there was like a little more energy there, whereas like it was all kind of teetering off as I was coming in. So I was like, in reflection, I was going to like a lot of things that were like pretty shot. And like it was just, I don't know, I think it was a dark time for a lot of stuff for a while there, for a few years. And there were like moments that were really cool, but like honestly, I'm glad it was that way, because it makes me even more appreciative of like the moment now, and like knowing how to do your best to make like all of this the best version it can be. Like it does like matter when you like put in that effort.
Yeah, you see firsthand what it's like when it's like halfway done. You know, when you've got like only like 1 foot into the door and you're just half trying, you know, you see like the repercussions of that.
Yeah, for sure. Because I mean, like even now in a time where like Louisville is like appreciated more, because like we have things like LDB, like the Fest and the Label, like we have like a history of hardcore in this city, and like bands like getting really big, like it like Louisville is like seen as something now. And before, like we could be like kind of like a toss up. Like I feel like a lot of times, like when I was younger, I'd be like, why is this band like going to Cincinnati? Like why is this band going to Nashville? Like they like are just like skipping right here. And like then it probably made sense to do that, because like there just wasn't the same energy. And now like we're in an era where like, because there's so many more people that are interested in just like music in general, and there's so many like kids like just like ready to go full force into the thing, like it's easier to make all of this happen. But that doesn't mean you can just like not try. Like you still have to do all the things. You still have to like think about the lineup of your show. You still have to be like intentional about like something being all ages, about like, you know, how you're going about like like making like a regional band come through and like feel like, oh, like just because you aren't like a like fest headlining band, like we're still giving you like an insane show. Like
Mhm.
even when people don't know, like me and Naraya talk about this a lot, but like you can be at a show and the vibe can be like completely off because like of just, you know, things that were handled as far as like, oh, like, yeah, this like got like announced late, or there's like not really a local on this, or like this hasn't really been promoted. Like there will still be like people at those shows now. Whereas like before, like if that happened like in like 2016, that meant there would be like 3 people there.
Mhm.
And now you might still get like 30, 40, 50 people in the door without really trying. But you can still be in that room and like feel the band playing. And even though like these people, maybe there's like it feels like there's new people at every show I go to. There's people coming in and out all the time, clocking in, clocking out. I doubt that there's like anyone at any show. Like I doubt that there's not a person at every single show that happens at this point that isn't like, hey, this is my first show.
Oh yeah.
Like if you looked or asked everyone. But like even though these people don't have like a full like, you know, metaphysical understanding of like how this all works, like culturally, subculturally, like you can still like feel like they can still feel that it's off, even if they don't know that's what they're feeling. And like I think I felt that a lot when I was younger too. Like I mean, talking about even like my first show, like that's an insane lineup thinking back, but like I think just at that time, I don't know if it was like the weird cross pollination of like Xerxes being on the show with like all the hardcore bands. Like I don't know like the vibe. I don't know the history of like what like who booked that or like what was going
Mhm.
on then. I just remember watching the bands and thinking this is like insane, but then half being like, oh, this is like kind of weird that everyone's just like standing still for the most part.
Mhm.
Um, yeah,
I had not thought of that, but yeah, you're totally right. There, when there's just some weird energy with the booking situation, or
yeah,
artists feel like the show is just not cared about or taken care of, then it's something that is felt among the audience. And the most important thing you said there, I feel like, is, and you may not know that's what that is, but
yeah,
you feel that weird negative energy like come by you, and you're like, oh, what is that,
yeah.
like, why? I guess there's something, but you just kind of nod it off because it's like, well, there is a show happening, it
Mm-hmm.
is really cool, I'm enjoying it, but there is something there. And you don't realize it's there until you go to a show where the vibe is like correct and everything, you're like, oh, this
Exactly.
is like, this feels like a movie, like
Yeah.
this was done with love and
Mm-hmm.
care and compassion for everybody involved. And it feels that way, and
Yeah.
you're like, okay, so now I know what to kind of look for, now that I know what it actually, like, the good version of this feels like.
For sure.
How long after that Xerxes show did you start putting pen to paper and start writing lyrics? And was it lyricism first, or did you pick up an instrument first?
Um, yeah, so I guess I haven't really answered your question yet, but about the performing part, but yeah, it probably wasn't that long after. I mean, I think at this point I was already writing. I was already like I didn't maybe have like the idea of like, oh, this is like for a band,
Mm-hmm.
but like I had like I had the idea that I wanted to do a band. I just didn't know like what it was going to be at first. And then like I was getting like I pretty much all the shows after that show that I ever went to, unless I was going to see like an emo band that I liked or something, I was pretty much exclusively going to like grassroots like hardcore shows. And I but I was like seeking out, like I was also still really seeking out like screamo and stuff like that. And like I feel like Xerxes was like closer to something like that than it was, you know, something like Another Mistake, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And so like that was like what I wanted to do at first. Like I wanted to be in like a screamo band. Maybe that was like because I didn't see that going on like around me, and I there's like at least the bands that I were into that were like from those scenes, they were like they felt more obtainable. Like they felt more DIY. Like so much of like early screamo is like, I mean hardcore is like this too. Like if you're looking at like DC and stuff like that, but like so much of it is like youth. Like it's like I learned bass for this band, you know, just things like that. And so I think I mean like I've always like growing up like I would write like short stories and like, you know, like always had this idea of like writing books and things like that, and I had that all through like middle school. But then yeah, as I was like coming to music, it just became poetry. Maybe that was like always intended to be lyrics and I just didn't like think about it that way. But yeah, I was already writing by the time I had gone to those shows. But shortly after like starting to go to shows like that, like often, I was like, oh, I can like, because I think there's something so important about seeing, I think I was trying to say this earlier, but about seeing hardcore live, because especially like not like I'm not talking about like the band you're excited to go see that's like touring. I'm talking about like the band that's opening that show, because you if you look at them and you're like well, maybe sometimes they're scary because they definitely are, but sometimes you look at them and you're like, these people are like kind of like dorks. Like I think I can do this. Like what are they really doing? Like did they like how many times could they have realistically practiced before this or something like that, you know? And so I think like the combination of like my interpretation of screamo and like how like DIY and just like going for it, that kind of style of music was, and then like me seeing hardcore bands and being like, oh, these are just like people that like, you know, when they're done with their set, they just like get off the stage and they watch all the rest of the bands. Like there's not like more than 30 people in this room. Yeah. Like this isn't like, I mean, maybe there's like an era of or an aura of like, you know, you have to earn your keep before we like talk to you. But I mean, for better or for worse, like, you know, like it being exclusionary like that, like during that time or whatever, like it was maybe because so many people had come and gone. And yeah, so like I like my first band, like it did start like while I was in high school. And I think at that time I like so I was just writing, and then I really wanted to sing for a band because I started like watching live sets so often, and that was just like I didn't like no one in my family like ever like made me take music lessons. Like I didn't have any concept of like theory or piano or guitar or whatever. So I was like, well, this is like naturally like the only thing I can do, I guess. So it was just like convincing people that had more going on musically or instrumentally to like kind of force them to make the music that I wanted. So yeah.
That is the job of a songwriter. Sometimes.
Yeah.
You have to do it.
Yeah. And like, I don't know, I think like I've gotten, you know, I have now played bass in a band once, but I think the fact that I started that route like has, you know, it laid the groundwork for me like being able to do that in like a setting where I'm like, okay, we actually have the same taste and you actually know what I'm asking for, and we're locked in, like you know what to do here. Or like someone, you know, like in my bands will like ask me what we should do next in the song, and I can actually like answer because I'm used to like, and not in like a mouthing noise the riff way. I mean like actually like, well, like structurally it makes sense for there to be like a stomp here. Like that's what I want as like a listener. So like we should do that, you know? So
yeah, that's huge for, you know, your bandmates. Sometimes you convey a feeling, but Yeah, beyond the mouth riffs, I think everything's especially explaining why, like as a listener saying, I think this calls for this moment.
Yeah.
Here, and that puts everybody on the same page.
Yeah. And I think I only did the mouth riff thing like maybe once, like early on in my first band.
Yeah,
and then I
we all
quickly
do it.
realized you can't really do that.
Yeah, it only works for so long.
Yeah.
So I want to take us back to a show, probably a bit past the Xerxes show, that I know meant a lot to me and many friends of ours, but certainly must have had a meaningful impact on you. House Show Fest 2015. Are you familiar with this?
Is the one at my house you're saying?
Yes.
Okay,
So
yeah.
House Show Fest 2015 in Mount Washington. Mayweather, Messed Up, and Middle Ground. This show for me was like a standout memory and like almost initiation into like this group of people who I would probably know for the rest of my life.
Yeah. I mean, me too, certainly.
Could you maybe walk us through that day, how it turned from a house show to a church show to this like memory that people share fondly now, like over like whenever they see each other?
Yeah, so I wish I had these pulled up because there were two shows at my house, and the experiences kind of bleed together. But I want to say the one you're asking about was the second one.
Yes.
Because Forewarn was also on it. It was like,
yes,
and it was like their last show and all that.
Yeah.
So I think there was one before that where it was like, I don't know. Gosh, yeah.
I tried to find it. I found this show, and this is the one.
These
I was
have
looking
like
for.
popped up in my Facebook memories like occasionally, but yeah. I know the other one was Messed Up's first show, which my first band's first show.
Yeah.
And that one had, I want to say that one had Middle Ground on it.
Yep.
And Frailty was on that one. But I think it was like more or less the same lineup at the second one. It was just like Forewarn's on this and Mayweather's like the only like touring band on it. I can't remember. Do you remember what band those people were in before Mayweather? There was like a reason they were on that show.
They were like the headliner,
know, but yeah.
I don't know. I looked up their Bandcamp, and I saw that the last record they put out was in 2016, and but I didn't recognize any of the members as much as like I'd recognize members of like Middle Ground and stuff.
Yeah, there was such like a thing then because like also as I was starting to go to all the hardcore stuff, that was like the same time I was being initiated to going to like Spinelli's Downtown because it wasn't just hardcore at Spinelli's Downtown. Like that was like in that era. Like I've been thinking about this a lot recently, but it's crazy how many like just like mid to like not mid in like a disparaging way, but like just like low level to middle level like just like pop punk emo touring bands, like how many like DIY things there were like that like coming through
absolutely
all the time. I mean there were like literally like in the summer like 3 or 4 Spinelli's Downtown shows a week.
Yeah,
like like not even exaggerating. And I feel like people can't really like wrap their head around that now. I mean there's a lot going on in the city, but it's like different scenes and pockets, and like there'll be like colliding shows on the same night now, which is like I can't believe can even like sustain itself like now, like and it only barely does still. I feel like, but like the fact that can even happen now and it like work. But yeah, then there were shows all the time like at Spinelli's Downtown, and I think they had some kind of crossover with like a band they had previously played at Spinelli's, but yeah, I don't really remember whose idea it was to do that at my house. Like, because I think the first one was fully my idea because it was only like Louisville bands. And it was kind of like, it was like like you said, like it was like our class, like it was like our friends. And even then, like it was a lot of people that I'd only like recently come to even be like aware of. and they were just in a similar thing that I was, where they were going to all the Spinelli shows downtown, and they were going to some of the hardcore stuff, and they were maybe like dorky and came from a not cool background as well, but they're not like the age range of the people in all the hardcore bands that I was seeing. So they kind of just like naturally, like we all just kind of naturally gravitated into a thing together. So the show you're asking about, yeah, it was at my house in Mount Washington, which like is insane in reflection. Like, I just realized the other day that that band Mean Mugged, their guitarist, whose name is Nick, he lives in Mount Washington. And so I was kind of nerding out just like with him, like just like, I don't know, we were just getting hyper local. And I was like, you know, I had a couple hardcore shows there before. And he was just like, what? Like, I can't, like, you know, like.
You were the hardcore scene.
Yeah, like I was like, that was it. That was it. Only those two things. There weren't like weird things that someone did, like one little thing. Like that was literally it. That's first and still last, unfortunately. But yeah, like so the bit, like I think Mayweather needed a show. Like I don't think we were like doing it for absolutely no reason that time around. I think it was like they needed a show, and we just unfortunately roped them into like the most insane scenario ever. Like who knows if they like had a good time or not,
right?
As like outsiders, I guess. Like, you know, the stress and all of the things that went on with that. But so that was my house that I like grew up in, and I lived in from like age like 8 until I was like 16. Wow. And without getting like too like, you know, really into it, like at that time only my dad lived in that house. Like me and my mom had like moved out. I was living there still, like my mom and my dad and I were still living in that house when the first show happened. But when the second one happened, me and my mom had moved out, and my dad was in jail. He was in jail at the time. And the first show like went off like without a hitch. Like there were no police. There were no like, honestly, even like neighbors really like checking to see what was going on, despite this, like, for everyone picturing this like truly just in the middle of a neighborhood. There is, you know, our backyards are just barely separate from a like shitty chain link fence. Like this is not like, you know, off Preston Highway or anything like busy. Like this is like in a neighborhood in Mount Washington that is like very like milquetoast, you know. And so essentially like, and like I'll probably never fully know, but from what I understood is the police did come to that show, and the only reason that happened is because someone like in, you know, like my removed family was essentially being nosy and like drove by and saw what was going on, and they called the police. And when the police showed up, who like the sheriff was like, I think at that time, like literally like my karate instructor, like from when I was a kid, he just rushed down the basement stairs, and he's just pretty much like, all right, like everyone should just like go ahead and start lining up, because in his mind, he was like, everyone here is underage. There's no way they aren't drinking. There's no way there isn't weed here. There's like no way that this isn't like the worst thing that it could be. I mean, because what else did they have going on like in Mount Washington? Like
this is like the biggest day of the year for them.
But I went like out of my way at that first show, like to be like, this is like intensely a sober space. Like there were like people that asked me if they could bring in stuff like just like on their own accord, and I was just like, no, like you can't, like it's like just is what it is, like. And it was just essentially after some convincing and like my friend's mom who was there, who was straight edge, who like literally held out like her wrists to like show her like straight edge tattoos and was like, no, you don't understand. Like he realizes, like he's like looking around and he's like, oh, like no one here is like fucked up right now. I guess this is like not what I thought it was.
Right.
And but he has this understanding, I guess because of my family member that called, that I was not allowed to be doing this at the house because I didn't like live there. And that wasn't true. My dad had like fully sanctioned me like doing whatever, even while he was gone. And basically it was this weird back and forth thing where we were all out on the front lawn and we were all just like waiting to get the clear for us to continue the show because they were trying to call like people at the jail and talk to them and like through all these degrees of separation get someone to ask him, who my dad is like, you know, without spilling it all out there, like he's detoxing in a jail cell, ask him if I'm allowed to be doing this. And whether he like understood or not, or was confused, more than likely mentally very out of it when he's being asked this, the answer ends up being no. And so we're all just kind of bummed out. Like the show was like almost over at that point, I want to say. Like I don't remember if just Forewarn was left or there was maybe one other band.
Mm-hmm.
It might have been, I don't know. Cause I think like Messed Up, I think we played our set at the church.
Yep.
So it had to at least been us, Forewarn, because I took a video of the Forewarn set there, and maybe Mayweather in the middle there.
I think Forewarn had not played yet.
They hadn't played,
and Mayweather hadn't. So I think it was only Forewarn and Mayweather who may have played at the church. I'm not sure.
And I think Messed Up did
and
too.
Messed Up, okay.
Yeah, because I think there are videos of that, or not videos, pictures of that. But yeah, so it was, I look back now, like in my like, you know, have, you know, not insane amount, but have done like booked shows. I'm like, did we like make Mayweather play last after that? I can't remember. I don't think we did. I think it was like maybe Messed Up, Mayweather in the middle.
Yeah.
We made everyone stay for the last Forewarn set. But yeah, I mean like it sucked because like the show was like, at both of those shows, like the vibes were just like great. It was pretty packed in my basement. Like my basement was like this kind of cool setup at that point, especially too, where like it wasn't like dirty or like wet. It was just kind of like a room, and it was like wide enough that like it didn't feel like, I don't know, because you like, I mean, you are like me. You have played a range of basements, and you've played a range of discomfort, and also like, oh, this actually sounds really good in here,
Mm-hmm.
or this like isn't the most uncomfortable thing in the world. And honestly, that basement kind of rocked for this scenario. But yeah, so we get the acts on the show. And we're all just like, what are we going to do? I think like especially because the touring band hadn't played, now that I think about it, that like makes more sense contextually. Like if they had played, I mean, it would have sucked if like, you know, we're like, oh, our friend's band is supposed to play their last show, but I guess they're not. But I think especially because the touring band hadn't played yet. And so my friend who went to high school with me in Mount Washington, Chalin, he calls his dad, and his dad has like they live in a house behind their like small church. He calls his dad, and his dad like subbed at my school and stuff, and like I like hung out with Chalin a lot. Like we were really close at this time, and calls his dad, and he's like, here's the situation, like, can we finish it at the church? And he's like, yes. So we're like, yes. Like, yeah. Like, so yeah, we all rushed over there. I feel like we genuinely convinced like every single person that was there to like migrate over.
Yeah.
Like these people that also are, most of them like not from Mount Washington. They're now migrating from like the middle of this neighborhood to like all the way down, like past the high school, like pulling up to this random church and they're just like piling in.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, that was like, I mean, definitely like looking back, it's pretty crazy. Like that was really formative, like for me, like who was around at that time. I think that was like, I mean, that was before I finished school, so it was like that was like when me and Raya were like really becoming like actual like friends and like knowing each other more than just like I think that was like a moment that like really brought us together as like friends and be like, yeah, we like did this thing together, because like he had already booked shows at that point and he was like helping me, you know, like looking back, he was definitely like running all that, like in Iron Horse at my house. He was like making sure all the bands were like setting up and stuff like he does now.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah, it's sweet thinking back. Were you in Frailty then? Or were you in that band? I can't remember
I was
now.
not in that band.
You were just at this show.
I was at the show.
Okay, yeah. Oh, because Frailty did the split with To Die Alone.
Yep.
And that was like, what were you and Ryo really like friends before that?
We were getting to know each other.
Yeah.
We were
So was that like,
and then he joined that band
through doing the split.
Through doing the split.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I think what was like beautiful about that show and that day is that like, especially within the punk and hardcore zeitgeist, that experience is not like super uncommon.
Yeah,
like when you really zoom out, like it's like the show gets busted, we got to move the show, and but it's like only in hardcore, I feel like, or in punk scene, not only, but especially in that scene where it's like you get the people to go to the church because they just love it so much. They're not there for like selfish reasons. They're there for the community reasons. They're there because their family is there, you know.
Yeah, they're like, I mean, if we all like bail now when the show is like half over, like it's just gonna like suck for everyone else. So it's like, you know, we're doing the thing like for the culture right now.
Exactly.
And and also like how many, like I do like you're right, like definitely a lot of people have these like weird early on formative things where they have these like one-off places they did shows or went to shows at, but like how often does the show get shut down and then like it doesn't stay shut down? Like a lot of people, that's where the story ends. Unfortunately. Exactly, like how often do you like find something after like everyone's been waiting on the front lawn for like 30 minutes and like, you know, waiting to get the call whether you can continue the show or not, and then you're like, all right, actually guys, no, I just made the call, like we're going to the church right now.
It's super cool, and I think it definitely strengthens the bonds of everybody involved. And now looking back, it felt like it's like a required experience almost. Like to go to, like being a part of punk culture just happens. I feel like that you go to a show that gets shut down and either moved or it just ends there. But I just think about that day a lot, and I know that must mean a lot to you as well.
Yeah, because I mean, I think like it's also like during that time, like there was definitely like a gap. There were some gap years before I felt like integrated and like I was part of like what like Louisville hardcore was. I mean, especially because then like I wasn't really in a hardcore band. Like I was in something that was like kind of like uncanny valley to a lot of those people. And like, and a lot of us were in bands like that. Like we were doing something like close to it, but it was, I feel like even more at that time, something distinctly different. And like it felt like, you know, we're like it felt like we're here and they're over there and we go over there, but they don't really come over here. And I don't really like blame a lot of them looking back, because I'm like, yeah, like most of us were like kids and our bands weren't really there yet.
Yeah.
So it would be like weird if you were like coming in to watch this as like a 25-year-old and just, I mean, even though I definitely do that now because I'm like scouting, I like want to see like the kids that like get it, that are like oh, this band's like close, this band's almost here, or this band's like already there, and they're all like 17, like they're way ahead of schedule of like where I was, you know, like, so I don't know, like I think everything crosses way more now. It's way easier, and that's like it's a benefit in a lot of ways. But yeah, I mean, that was a really important time for me because I think, yeah, like I said, like a lot of times shows were shot, like everything wasn't cool all the time. And even when you did all those things and you took really great care and you promoted the show, like there was just a desperate, like intense need for a new crop of like youth. And like the people I was coming in with, it wasn't enough by volume to just make it all happen. But when we did things like that, when we like booked my own show at my house and like, you know, 60, 70 people come up, it's like, whoa, we like just did that. Like we made that happen. That literally like otherwise would have just been like a Tuesday. Like we did that on our own. I don't know if it was actually a Tuesday, but that would be like very in character if I like look back at the calendar and I'm like, why did we do this on a Wednesday? Like, but yeah, I don't know. Like it, like, yeah, I think like shows like that. There was a time where Nariah was booking a lot of shows at like the Spinelli's on Preston, like outside. Like we were making things happen because, you know, our friends that were in those positions in other cities that we had met along the way, they wanted to come through, and like it wasn't going to happen unless we made it happen. And you know, that like really bonds you to those people because you're all kind of like, you're making the thing happen, but you're also kind of simultaneously like eating shit together. Like it like sucks, but it's also what you have. But also you haven't seen the full scale of what this can become yet. So you're like you, I don't know, you're not like limited in that way. Like you're not like, oh, this sucks because there's like only, it's only really our friends here. Like that's not really enough. Like you're like, oh, all my friends came. This is awesome. So
let's talk about your newest project. So from Messed Up to Gargoyle. I think one very unique and enticing aspect of Gargoyle is that it has such a strong character and individuality to it as a whole. From what I understand, you came up with the concept, and from what I've gathered after knowing you for so many years is that you don't really stick to one genre and stay there. You have a wide array of music tastes from like one side of the ocean of genres to the other. So what elements and influences blended together to create the Gargoyle sound specifically?
Yeah, so really like with that band, I was just wanting to do something like as straightforward as possible, like when it comes to like hardcore. Obviously that can like mean a few different things, but like for me, basically like what felt like vital in that moment, like as I was like making like that band happen, is I was just like, I want to be in a band that's just like undeniably a hardcore band, like no real like modifiers, no like, oh, like confusion about what this like is or isn't. I just like, I felt like I'd never really gotten the opportunity to do that, like outside of like Prime, which like I played bass in Prime, so like, and I wouldn't say that band was anything but a hardcore band, but like as far as like singing and something, like that was just something I hadn't really gotten the opportunity to do. And like going back to like what we were talking about earlier, like I don't just mean that in sound, I mean that like lyrically. Like I wanted to like make myself be as real and blunt as I had been, especially coming off of like what I had done musically like right before that. I mean, it's like weird because Gargoyle like took a while to really like, not Gargoyle because it happened really fast when it finally happened, but going off of the last bands I was in, it took like, I mean, it's weird thinking about how like literal years passed of me like not being in a band, and that was just kind of how it played out through things like, you know, fading out over COVID, or like me playing final shows right before that. Like, there were multiple things I tried to like make happen during that time. And then when I finally like had this idea for Gargoyle and I went to Joe, who plays guitar, it was pretty much like, I mean, that band like came together in like a month. Like, it was the fastest thing I've ever done. And yeah, as far as influences go, like, I just wanted it to be pretty straight up. Like, I was listening to a lot of Boston hardcore. I really wanted it to sound like No Tolerance, like the 7-inch specifically, and then like kind of like Mongrel era Think I Care. But I don't know, Joe's also uh like he likes all that stuff, but I feel like at heart he's kind of like a marauder guy. Like, he's like he loves like heavy like New York hardcore and like stuff like that. I mean, he likes a lot of things, and like I like bands like that too, but I feel like we've kind of traded off. Like, he's like showing me, like he's like pointing out, like giving me new perspective on tracks like that, and I'm getting him more into like the faster side of things. And so while I don't think the band like just like ended up sounding like those bands, and it's maybe like a little less like sonically straightforward than was originally the intention, I do still think it's just hardcore at the end of the day. And yeah, lyrically, like, I tried to write those songs really fast. I tried to have a specific thing like in mind when I was writing them, you know, going off of like a line or a single thing that was like making me mad in that moment, instead of like what I was doing before in bands where I was like tackling these kind of like bigger concepts, or I was writing about like one feeling as a whole in a song, and all these different verses about all these different sides of that thing, where like this I was just like, I wanted to be as pointed as possible. And yeah, I think I don't know if it's fully where I want it to be yet, but I think it's this strongest, like, as far as like bands I've sang for, like strongest like starting point as far as like what the intention was and what it actually ended up being.
Yeah, I love what you're saying about the lyrics, like, and I feel like I've heard this before from people who have written for many years, where you realize, and I think it comes back to where we started, where you kind of realize that you've been kind of conditioned to dress up a feeling as something else so it can be interpreted and like have a softer landing, like when it hits you. So you read a sentence and you're like, oh, and then you think about it and you're like, oh, wow. And like when I really think about it, that's kind of, you know, dark or deep or kind of closer to that feeling, where hardcore is not about that kind of soft landing at all. It's not about kind of dressing something up or making something more appetizing or more digestible for an audience. It's supposed to be like the closest to that root feeling, the closest to the source of that emotion as possible. And I think that you can kind of lose that by getting almost too, you know, romantic or poetic with how you write.
Yeah. And I think I used to do that a lot. And like, it's like what I'm talking about, it's like you said, like it's what hardcore is. Like, I'm not like doing anything revolutionary by like trying to be like straightforward in a hardcore song, but I just think it's because it's not my natural, like, it's not my inclination to do so. And I don't know if I'll ever reach a point where I'm just like, I hate you, die, and that's like a song like some people can and pull off in a really cool way. Like, I'm still not like there, but yeah, I'm almost like, I feel like maybe other people do like a backwards thing where they're like, I used to just write songs where I was like, I hate you, die, and
Yeah.
now I'm like, your love is like a flower,
Mhm.
and I'm like, I'm going the opposite route.
Right.
Like, how do I get to how do I just like say exactly what I feel, but it have like immense weight in context of a song
Right.
or a mosh part, you know?
Yeah. And I think it's all valid because we've heard across that spectrum in hardcore, like the I Hate You Die and the Your
Yeah.
Heart is a Flower lines,
Yeah.
especially when sometimes we hear them mixed together
Yeah.
in the same song where we get this very flowery messaging into the explosion of just the raw feeling, where maybe
Yeah.
the verse is very flowery and suggestive, but then the hook comes and it's the intention purely, and then
Yeah.
it goes back into maybe a withdrawn state where you're kind of contemplative on what just happened during the chorus again. Then you go back to the chorus because it always is that feeling. It's always
Right.
been that feeling.
Yeah.
So you can absolutely, I feel like, blend the two as well. But it's interesting seeing where lyricists end up on that scale. It's like a spectrum, really, to find yourself on. Like, do I want to? And I guess it'd be more like a case for case, like for song, and also just where you're at on your journey as a writer.
Yeah, and I think that's like where I'm at. Like, I think there's still like technically lines on the Gargoyle demo where it's like, this is a simile or a metaphor on this line. Like, I guess I couldn't fully let that go, but it's just a different kind than I've done before. And I think also like in hardcore, like there's kind of the opposite thing where it's not necessarily like dressed down to be as blunt as possible or dressed up to be flowery, but dressed up in a way that it's like darker, and it makes you like this is really thematic, but in a really uncomfortable way, and you're saying things that I can't even really comprehend because it's like it's going further than even the raw emotion. It's like it's contemplative and it's like dark. And like I think that's where you get on like meditating on a feeling, like you can reach that point. And so I like seeing that too, because I think that's like I think that can be just as powerful as something that's like straightforward.
Yeah, that is a cool way to state it. It's like your lyricism can be contemplating a feeling, like describing a feeling, and then it could be expressing the feeling, and then after meditating on the feeling. I remember talking with somebody, like I kind of described songwriting as like when you write it, it really matters. And sometimes we write the song. It's like I described it as like being in a lifeboat, and if you're in the middle of a breakup, you're outside the boat in the water, and so it's hard to you get the best like core feeling from them when they're in the water writing and you're getting that emotion. But there's also sometimes when you get back in the boat, you're like, I wish I was really, going through it when I was in the water. So I kind of didn't really mean what I said. I was feeling that way, but now I kind of like this new perspective where I can look back on it, reflect, and then reshape it of how I really feel now. But people will oftentimes resonate more with the in the water feeling, like that I'm going through it right now.
And I think that's like what I really like moving forward, just like in anything I want to capture more is like as raw as possible, because mostly like the way I write is like a central couple of lines coming to me, and then me like, because I am so like at the end of the day, like the situations I put myself in, like I am dependent on other people to like finish music. Like I need them to play the guitar. I need them to play the drums, at least for now, like I don't want to say like it's too late, I can never play guitar. Like that's something I like really plan and want to put energy towards, like even this year. But like I for now, like the situation I'm in, like I'm dependent on other people to like get this music done. And so I think it's hard for me to, I'd say I do it monthly. Like I will write what feels like lyrics to a whole song, but that doesn't mean they're going to be like compatible with a song when it's done, you know?
Yeah.
Tyler Short, who, you know, sings in bands and does LDV, he told me once that he just writes songs like that, like I describe. He writes the whole song and he never changes anything when he has a song to put it over. I don't know if that means he's like flipping through a book and pulling one out and being like,
this one fits.
yeah, but he told me that he's like, no, like I don't cut any lines or anything. And I don't know if that has to be maybe the most Tyler Short thing I've ever heard.
Right. It's like forcing retrofitting something and just kind of forcing it to
and
fit.
then another mistake, you hear it because he's like spitting words out. I don't know if this is a thing he's always done, but the fact that he told me he does that for something like Inclination, I'm like, I don't really, maybe there is something spiritual to what you're doing then, that you're able to make these things like compatible. Maybe you're just like a cadence god and you can just place it out. And I mean, maybe he is. Maybe that is what it is at the end of the day when you sing for that many bands for so long. But yeah, I don't know. I want to be able to reach a point where I can capture something as raw as possible. And like, I think that is what I'm most interested in. Like, if we're calling art, or if we're calling hardcore art, like if we're talking about that in an artistic way, which I feel like is like maybe taboo sometimes, but like I want to feel like I wrote something that I maybe might not even always stand by because I was just so compelled to do it in that moment. And I think that's something that is hard for people to even digest, like as a onlooker. Like, you know, like we think about all the time about like things that people say in songs that maybe feel like wrong or icky or like just like slimy, like whether it's in hardcore or whether it's in like, I don't know, like rock or R&B, or like you're just like, why are you like talking about a woman that way, you know? But I'm also like, sometimes I'm so compelled by like the fact that you pinned that. I'm like, and if the song is like every other thing is like melding the right way, I'm like, I can't look at this morally. I'm looking at this artistically. I'm looking at like, this sounds incredible and raw. And like, what else should it be? Like, should you like write that and then be like, oh, I'm scared of like how people are going to take this, so I'm going to change it and like neuter the emotion in this because I'm worried about the response. Like, I don't want to do that. Like that kind of sucks. Like, I don't know. I want to be able to like say something that's like irrational, and like, because people feel irrationally sometimes, and like, you know, just like, I don't know. I mean, you hear very extreme things in hardcore, but there's so much like tropes to it. There's so much like, you know, like, and that's fine. I'm like, you know, like I am as into like, you know, like genre exercise and worship bands, like a band trying to sound exactly like another band. Like, I don't know if that like works in a better scenario than hardcore, but I'm also interested in like when the character of something like that just like is bleeding so much out. It's just like its own thing, like especially lyrically, because like you can hear a million people say like, you stabbed me in the back, now I'm going to kill you, now you get what's yours. But like, has that guy ever killed somebody? Like, probably not. But then like, I listen to something like I don't know how much you've ever dived into Kickback, but like the lore behind that band and like the records, I'm like, this guy is talking about things that I'm starting to think he did this.
Right.
And like, I'm not saying I want to go there like with my life, but I do want to like say things. I do want to reach a point where like when I'm in an emotional state, like that's my inclination, is to like create something. And like if what comes out is like disgusting and slimy and that's like what it is, like I don't want that to be something that I just like throw away. I'm not saying it's all worth putting out there, and some things maybe should just be for yourself, but there's also something about like the line of that and teetering on it and figuring out where it starts and ends.
Yeah, and there's huge value in that because we know from firsthand experience that we've heard an artist be unapologetically themselves and have that character bleed out through the song in a way that we really respected and was really refreshing.
Yeah.
And I think that's a moment when you have a real strong connection with your audience, and your audience feels respected too on their end. They don't feel catered to in any way. You know, there's no hand holding going on with this, and I think that just goes in lockstep with, we've heard every trope. We've heard all the way you know romanticize a certain phrase or you write something a certain way, because it's not, you know, it's just frowned upon to just say it outright. But when it is said outright, when those rules are kind of, you know, sidestepped at that point, like it feels like you're closer to the source of where that art came from as an audience member, and you feel, once again, you feel just more respected, and you feel like you're in a closer spiritual relationship with the artist you're listening to than just being catered to, and like this polished produced thing was served up to you on a dish, you know. It's you were given from soul to soul kind of connection.
And not even just that, but like giving that to yourself, because I know it's something you've like kind of dissected before, but like the idea of like this creative idea, like, is this bigger than me? Like, did I just tap into something like spiritually? Like, what is more, I mean, maybe it's less spiritual and this is more like in tunement with yourself, but what is more yourself than like, I am feeling exactly this and I'm writing it and I'm putting it into something right now before I even stop feeling it. Like how like that is directly from source, like whether that's like emotion is like and the ideas that come from it are like from something else, like that's like as close, like whether that's like a version of yourself that you like or not, like that's like as you as it can be, at least in that moment.
Yeah. I've had songwriters describe me as it becoming, it's like a separate entity from yourself almost. Like you have this feeling and this emotion and maybe a narrative, and you create, this character is created outside of you expressing that emotion. It's like there's even like a schism between you and that. But it is a conduit for this feeling that may a lot of times feel like it's outside of yourself, but you're this pipeline for it to be expressed into the world, and someone's going to hear it and really resonate with it and feel less alone for it, which is I think one of the most powerful, you know, things you can do for somebody.
Yeah. I think there's a like interview where I don't really remember what he's being asked about outright, but there's an interview where Zach De La Roche from Rage Against the Machine is kind of talking about this, and he's like, you know, why would you like expect me to like stand by like I forget exactly what because I think they were maybe asking him about something with Inside Out or something as opposed to like Rage, but he's like, you know, why would you expect me to like stand by like what I wrote in the song, or like be exactly only this forever? Like the only point of this for me ever was expelling something. Like I had to get it out. And so I think it's more that for me, like the idea of that, like that happening and then that connecting with someone, you know, especially because that's like kind of what hardcore is. Like it's like, I see that you see this too, and we're like sharing this thing. Like that is an important aspect, but I can't really be thinking about that when I'm making something. I can only hope and think it's cool when that's the result. But like for me, it really is about like, I physically have to get this out of me. Because otherwise I'm just, I mean, like, who are you outside of that? You're just like, whether that means those things are bottled up or like they're channeled into something that feels less worthwhile, or they just are in your ear and then they're out like a riff that you forget. I don't know.
Yeah. It really, it does feel like oh, you felt that too. I
Mm-hmm.
felt that too, but it's not a defining feature for the artist. It doesn't define the artist as a person. It's just, oh, that feeling has gone through you and passed through you as
Yes.
well. I've been there before.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's like a spirit, or it's like a wind that gives you chills. It's not like a commandment that you're writing.
Right. And it's not like a new appendage of you, really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas a lot of times when I feel like people in like maybe like pop music or more what you'd say classical like music you hear on the radio, it would be when they put pen to paper, they think about legacy. They think about like how are people going to interpret the song, you know, and what are they going to think of me when and like who I am as a person, what I represent, when they read this, and they think about all that. But
I guess that's fair when you have like when you reach some kind of point like that, when there's so many eyes on you, it'd probably be impossible to not like whether you are the most art for art person at the top, like someone like Frank Ocean or like someone like that, like whether he like maybe like, you know, in practice like wants to completely disregard those things, and I don't know, I'm making assumptions, you know, but like it's probably impossible to never not think about it. Because you have so many people that are going to tear apart and analyze every single part of what you do put out.
And sometimes change a part of themselves because of what they heard. And so I imagine that's a very tough line to walk. But I think a lot of people don't even get to the point where it's like it's okay for me to express that ugly side. That feeling that I felt, because it is real, and like everybody feels those feelings, and it's not something that it's okay to put it out in the open because it is natural. It is like a human experience, and even like the ugly parts are a part of art and can be expressed through art, and aren't just put out there to make people feel bad or scared, or these emotions that a lot of people who haven't introduced themselves fully into metal or hardcore, where they think, oh, this is just music to make me feel scared or angry. It's oh, me too, I felt that too. And a huge thing in hardcore is, you know, it's a conduit for getting these negative emotions out, where traditionally these negative emotions, without being expressed through music, they either go inwards or they go outwards towards the people we love the most, usually. And they just being able to do that through song is so powerful, and it's the reason why, you know, people go to, we've all taken somebody to a hardcore show for the first time, like, this is scary, and then the people are swinging and going crazy, and then at the end everybody's hugging and, you know, really friendly and like treating each other like family.
Because it's like this mutually understood catharsis.
Exactly.
It's like we're maybe there's different reasons. Maybe you are feeling something different even, but it's just like understood that this is like a catharsis, like for the people involved.
It's this pretty much this collective understanding. It's like, we know you feel this, we feel it too, and that's okay. let's work through it.
Yeah.
And it's hard to find that almost anywhere else
Yeah.
in any other genre, where uh, hardcore is just, I feel like, the least performative in that aspect, where you're not trying to put on an act, you're trying to get to the closest to truly yourself, your intention and your experience, to help others through theirs as well, and kind of, you know, when the tide rises, all ships, rise, kind of mentality.
Yeah.
Now, you're unique to me because you're somebody who has crossed paths with a very influential person to me, Brian Puckett. I like taking a moment whenever I can to remember him with people whose lives he affected, by asking about their experience and how he influenced them as people. Do you care to share your experience with Brian? Like, is there a particular piece of advice or a moment that sticks out for you?
Yeah, there's so many. I don't know. Partly for me, it's almost like feeling like, I don't know. I almost wish like I would have known him sooner. I would have known him in the capacity that like you or Naraya do, because like in just like those brief things we did have, it was just like so like formative. And like that really was like, I don't know. You're talking about that on the I don't know if it was the Bow or the Cadillac episodes, but you were talking about him on there, and I was just reflecting on that. But yeah, I don't know. I think like for me, it wasn't even just about the interactions I had with him, but it was just like what he did for the city, and just like, because he was truly just like putting out records that he liked, and he was taking people under his wing that he, and like I think like maybe the best way I've seen someone do like ever, like like it's like you said, like he like, if you have a rough set, he's like, that was a little, that was a little weird, what was up with that, like,
Yeah.
and like just, I don't know, I like, that's how I like want to be able to be to the people that are coming in now that are younger than me. I don't want to like little bro all of them, but I do like want to be candid and like frank with them, and I want to be able to be like, you all are like almost there, like you should listen to this record, or you should tune your guitar, or whatever. But I think like for me, like when I started to really understand the scope of like what he did with Little Heart while he was still doing it, I was just like, it was insane to me, just like the scope of like what he was putting out, like hip hop records, pop punk records, hardcore records. Like he just genuinely did it all. I don't really know if there's like an example, like I can think even like, especially like regionally at that level, like I can think of labels that have been around for a while or that were around during that time, but like none of them had like the range and the scope that he did. And yeah, I think about one time, it was truly just like months before he passed away, but I went to it was right after I got my license. I got my license a little late. I think I was 19, and it was like maybe the week or weekend after there's this fest going on in Atlanta called Wrecking Ball that happened a few times. I think this was like the last year, and I just decided I was going to drive alone, like in my car, like the week after getting my license. And so I did, and I was like, yeah, I'll just like sleep in my car in Atlanta like at night, and just like go the next day. Like there were all these bands I wanted to see that I didn't know if I'd ever get the chance to see, so I was like, I'm doing this. And thankfully there were people that were like, oh no, you should sleep in our hotel room, you should not do that. And specifically, like I think that was the first time I really like talked to him more than just like saying hi. He was there. I can't remember if they were just tabling or if they went, but he was there, and he offered to just like caravan on the way back with me, like just us driving behind each other, making sure we're both good. And I'm like, what a sweet thing to do for
Yeah.
someone you barely know, like this fucking like scrawny ass 19-year-old. You're just like, make sure you don't crash and die on the way home. You're
Yeah.
fucking insane for driving here, like straight shot. And I'm glad he did, because it was like, you know, when I got home, I probably had like 40 minutes of sleep before I had to get up for work that next day. And
Oh my gosh.
yeah, he was just, I don't know. Like I said, I wish I knew him more through than just extension, because I think like I remember starting messed up and being like, God, I hope we get on Little Heart. Like that would be so cool.
Mhm.
And I don't know, maybe we would have if it had been the right time, but like that was like I remember playing shows and being like, oh, he's gonna watch us at this. Like I
Mhm.
like oh like I just wanted him to think what I was doing was cool, because what he did was so important for so many people. And like going to like, you know, like just like the memorials for him and stuff, like it just like showed like how many people like he touched. It just like was just such a crazy scope and spectrum of people that he mattered to. And I know Naraya thinks about it a lot too, but I do wish he were around just to see what certain things became and like how things work now, and just like what he would think, because I think that so much of like how he navigated things rubbed off on people that mean the most to me, that's like through extension like how I see a lot of it. And so I appreciate him a lot for that.
Yeah. I think a lot to myself, like, could anybody do what he did then today
Yeah.
in Louisville and maybe just anywhere? And I'm not I there's all these things that come up. I was like, is it just the climate? Is there just not
Yeah, I
like
remember
somebody?
you saying to kind of like, would it even be necessary, because so many people can just upload their own record now. But I
Mhm.
do think what you said following that is maybe the more important part, is that he helped people more than outside of that. He was like, you know, helping people like, I mean, because looking back, like, I mean, like he, not just the spectrum of thing, like the genres, but like the spectrum of like experience and maybe maturity, like when it came to like culture and the age range of the people he's putting out. Like he helped the people that need it, like that needed it the most. He like really grabbed onto them, and he was like, you should, you know, play a show here, and you know, now that you got a couple weekenders under your belt, maybe you should do like a week or something, you know. Like I think people need that more than ever before, because there's so many things with like bands becoming, almost treating everything too pro too fast, and they're missing out on these like crucial developments, like doing things for themselves that they should experiencing doing for themselves. And I'm not saying it has to suck. I think it like almost like factually can't suck the same way it used to. Like I don't think you have to like eat shit the same way you used to. But like I don't know, just like bands that have like barely gotten off the the boat, that are like just like, you know, just like they hit the ground, they want to hit the ground running, so they're like, oh yeah, we've done like a week and now we have a booking agent. I'm like, I don't really know if you need that. That's like insane to me. And like maybe that's because I just like know how to like go about that without needing that. And like maybe it's just like scary for people to like do all these things on their own, and they do need like a figure like that. But yeah, I don't know. I do wish it was more common to offer that to people. And I do, yeah, through extension, and like I said, people that he was very formative for. I think I try to do that as much as I can. And like, you know, I don't have the answer to everything, and also there's some things that are objectively different than they used to be. So maybe certain things are just going to have a different method to them. But I do know like how some things work, and I do know when certain things are like unneeded. And yeah.
I do see I do see Tyler Short going to like see young bands and just being like front row. You know, he listened to the demo like 8 times, so he knows all the lyrics
Yeah.
to this band's very first show, and just cheering them on, and that absolutely, you know, gives Brian's legacy.
Yeah, for
You
sure.
know, and so I do love seeing him doing that. And
yeah, and Tyler's like a great example of that, because he wants to see where the kids are at. Like he wants to see like what's happening with that. Like he like, and that's kind of like how I'm at, where I'm at this point. Like I'm interested in like the things that are, you know, legacy people at this point's new project, but I'm almost more interested most of the time in being like, there's this band on this show and I don't know anything about it, and then I find out it's like a group of 16-year-olds. I'm like, I have to see this. Like I have to see where they're at, because it's like, you know, there's so many different starting points, like, and with how accessible everything's gotten, it's like some like there's some demos I've heard in the past couple years that are made by 18-year-olds, and I'm like, this like makes me ashamed that I like was even in a screamo band like a year before like, you know, age-wise where they were at. Like I'm like, wish I had started at this point. Like you all kind of got it immediately. Like that's, and it's not just like, oh, this like is like inspired by, and like this like, you know, because the idea of like a local sound or like a band that's like so new that they like clearly don't know what they want to sound like, just like melding all these different things. It's like, no, there's like kids starting bands, like kids properly, that like they understand exactly what to do. And that kind of like blows my mind. I mean, I guess that's always existed, but it's like, I think even more so now, like even more possible.
Yeah, that clarity is so rare. And yeah, just seeing it, you're like, man, I wish I had any clue. I knew what I wanted to do. But yeah, that it is super cool to see. How has your involvement in these diverse aspects of music shaped your like personal philosophy, like just going day to day?
You mean like outside of
music? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like I said earlier, I think in a lot of ways like hardcore ruined my life for better or for worse, because I structure my life around it, you know. Like even those like past few years where I wasn't in a band, the whole time I was like waiting and trying to facilitate that new band, and I was, you know, working a job that I worked because, you know, when this band starts, I can go on tour with this, like I can come back home and have this job. And like, I don't know if that's a philosophy, but I think hardcore is just always about like making the thing happen. Like whether it's like a show that you're putting together or a new band you're trying to do. And I don't think those things happen unless you make them happen. So I think a lot of it for me is just taught me that I have to like reach out with my hands, and like the thing I want to happen, I have to make it happen. Like I can't like, I mean, so much of the past few years, like since shows like came back after COVID, like I said that whole time, like I was trying to do projects, like, you know, I had various things to degrees of completion, things that were like practically done that like just fizzled out for different reasons. Bands that never really came to be. But the whole time I was like going to shows, like I'm not like one of those people where I'm like, okay, I don't have a band going on right now. Like I'm just like I'm not here, you know, like that's like, it's not like a flex. I think it's just like, I think if you're this is a kind of subculture where like, I mean, there are people like, I mean, there's like there's figures, you know, there's like historic people part of this culture that like, you know, if we peeled it back, maybe they weren't as dedicated to the thing as like we have built them up to be in our
Right.
minds. Like maybe they only went to shows they played, but like I don't really want to be that person. Like I started doing this thing because I care about it, and I think it's like one of the best mediums that exists. It's like, you know, it hasn't just shaped how I live my life, but it's shaped like how I process music and like art. Like it ruined like me seeing live music, you know. I mean, there's things that I love that I can see now in that context, but like I remember those early years of me like going to hardcore shows a lot, like this idea of going to see a band that was playing for like an hour. I was like, and you're not doing anything, you're just standing there. That's insane.
Yeah.
And now I'm like, yeah, there's certain things where like that's all I want to do to that. But like if the music suggests a certain thing, then it should be that.
Yeah.
And when it isn't, it sucks and it feels like it takes away from the thing. But yeah, I mean, I think, I don't know why. I think for a lot of people that I'm friends with, like it, you know, we joke that there's, you know, something wrong with all of us, like that we're still invested in this thing this like late into our lives because it feels like you get old in this thing very fast.
Yeah.
And the idea of me even being the age I am, and like I feel like I only have so much time left. And like that's not inherently true. Like it's just something for myself. It's like rushing me to all my goals. Because, you know, I do see bands with people that are 10, 20 years older than me still. Like it's not all youth all the time. And I think the idea of that has really changed because hardcore is only, you know, so old. It's only, you know, 40 years old. Like that's like insane that is only that old. Like I feel like we kind of disregard that and don't like think about that enough. But like, so of course, yeah, the thing has changed and shifted and been a million times simultaneously, separately, all at once already. Like, and it's probably only going to continue to be that. And I'm sure it'll circle back and sound like all the things it was at the beginning. And maybe, I don't know. Some of it was really weird. So I don't know how much you can emulate certain things because it's like the blueprint. But I don't know. I say that all to say that I guess I don't really know how to live without it because it's sometimes the only thing that makes sense to me. And maybe that's detrimental to myself, but it's the only thing I can continue going off of. And yeah, like sometimes it feels like there's a deadline to me because I'm like, I'm 27 and like, you know, I felt like in a way, like when COVID happened, the way it happened, I kind of lost like prime years. And it was really hard to not feel like cheated out of that. And I don't feel that way now. But like I watched this bubble form and this pop happen where shows come back and they're amazing, and all of my friends, cities, like regionally, are like thriving. Like these places that like on paper just like shouldn't work, like places like Bloomington, Indiana, and Springfield, Illinois, like these places where like some of my best friends like live and make hardcore happen there. Like I watch them just like catapult to the sky with like potential, and it's like still not over. And I think that was like a thing that we all kind of like were like looking around like worried about for like the first few years of this, where we were like, I mean, surely like the bubble has to burst, right?
Right.
And I guess it still could, but I just don't think it's going to be immediate. I don't think like a immediate fall off is possible
Yeah.
because it's just reached this scale. Like I can't scroll on Instagram without getting like weird removed from hardcore somehow, but like hundreds of thousands of interactions, mosh clip video, Instagram page. I'm like, how are like certain things like that, like it truly breaks my brain that it's even can be that big. And obviously all those numbers don't transfer to like people in the room, but it is still like things are just different now. And I don't think they can go, I'm sure through like years, if like you really fumbled it, they could go back to where they were, like I said earlier, where it was just like felt like a dark time. But I don't think it can fall off immediately like a lot of people kind of predicted it would. And so this whole time I was like watching all of that happen, and the whole time I was like, I need to start another band. And not for that reason. Like as soon as bands I'm in, and I mean not even when they're ending, before they're ending, like I'm thinking about what's next. And I'm not just wanting to do a band at a time ever. I'm thinking about what's going to fulfill me, like what I want to see happen, and I want to make that happen. And I don't know, maybe it's good for me that I didn't experience that like immediate pop. Maybe it was like too easy. I don't know, but now it's like shows are still great. It's maybe sometimes not the scale it was, at least first, because there can't be that immediately like breaking down of the door and everyone rushing in.
Mm-hmm.
But it still happens. I mean, you like there's still insane things happening like monthly, like across the country, like everywhere. But it's it's like we talked about, like you have to make it happen. You have to take care of it. You have to do all the things right. And I think that's shaped my life because I always am thinking about it. Like I'm living and structuring my weekly schedule around all of this. I'm like I'm prioritizing this over things maybe I shouldn't, like. And I don't know. I don't know how, like I think a lot of people pull out by now and it's just not sustainable for them because I mean it inherently isn't. Like it's not sustainable to structure your life around a music subculture that by nature is meant to be fleeting, but I'm still doing it for some reason. And I still have a long list of things that I want to do and that I'm going to do. I just have to make them happen, and they're not really going to happen otherwise. So maybe that's like the biggest takeaway from it is just like doing for self. And yeah, I mean, maybe that's why I'm skeptical of like bands starting and then having so many people do things for them, because I think like it feels good to like build something up on your own and then to have that and be like, yeah, I did that. Like I made that happen.
Yeah, I can feel like that can have more longevity when you build it yourself than relying on others. That philosophy reminds me of a quote I heard just the other day. It was that life doesn't come at you, it comes from you. And just knowing like what you want to get out of like a band you want to start, and just having that clear vision and just starting it is really just that's all there is,
I think
just go out there and do it.
It's just like about having a driving force. Like how many people have we worked with or been around in our day-to-day lives that are just kind of like, yeah, nothing's really new, like just working just at this job. And I'm just like, dude, that's depressing. Like I and it's not like my job right now is like fulfilling. I just mean like that's like that can't be your end game. Like you can't be like, I have this job, I wake up and I go to it,
Mm-hmm.
and that's it. Maybe I'll work a different one eventually, but like just kind of waiting to see what happens. It's like I think this is all about not waiting.
Yeah,
It's about like doing.
exactly. I agree.
And yeah, I try really hard to not think about things in terms of regret, but especially at this point in my life, because I think it can just be kind of detrimental to yourself, and it can just it being hard on yourself in that way, it like can really hold you back from like making things happen if you get too caught up in that. But I'll say all the times I think about where I waited, like I do regret that. Like I shouldn't have done that. I should have just done what I wanted to do.
Yeah, I think that's one thing everybody has to kind of fight through and come to terms with or come to peace with, is knowing that there is this kind of fear paralysis that can last. It feels like it's just today, and I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
But that fear paralysis turns into years and years.
Yeah.
before
And
you
that, and
know
I
it.
think that's what I'm scared of. I mean, you know, like I don't want that to happen, because I mean, how many people do we know that we used to do music with, and they're around for years, and now they're just gone? But when you run into them, they're like, yeah, I might do the thing again. Like I've been working on this for however long. And that, you know, there's context where it's like, yeah, maybe you are working on this record for 5 years and it's going to come out and it's going to be amazing. And you really just need this break. Like it's fine. It's something I'm trying to come to terms with, is people that dip out and come back, but it's something I'm always kind of skeptical of, and maybe harsher than I need to be about, because I never felt like I could do that, and I never did do that. And if I had, it would have been pointless, at least for me.
Yeah, just like exiting like the flow of it all, and how do you get back into the current when it's like going the whole time?
Yeah.
I'd love to move on to the next subject here, which is something that we both have in common, and I love it's rare that I get to talk about it with people. So
Yeah.
and that subject is video games, which we both like to immerse ourselves in. Do you find yourself paying extra attention to background music or sound design in video games, or do you find that you just let yourself immerse yourself in it and you analyze it later? Is there any analyzation that happens from it?
So I'll say like it really just depends on the game. I think with that, it's more about because when I'm playing like a single player, like, you know, action story driven thing, like yes, 100%, because in those contexts, like when I'm sitting down to play something like that, like I want to be like headphones on, like taking it in. But it's like I would say like the music and the sound design, I'm not one of those people that's like listening to like the soundtrack for a video game or even a movie most of the time. It's very rare. Like there has to be like, I mean, it's not a thing that happens with video games. It's like, because, you know, like movies have like scores and then they have soundtracks, and there are definitely occasions where like the soundtrack, you know, there's something that really grabs me and I will go back to, even if it's just like this song was made for this movie, like, and it like transcends that. But yeah, definitely like I want to like hear and be able to like kind of feel and breathe all of that while I'm playing a game like that. But it just kind of depends what you're playing, because like if it's something more casual, like I'm not really thinking about something like that. I'm not really taking it in that way, because I might not even have it turned up as loud, you know what I mean? But I don't know, in this season of my life, I have so much less time for video games, and it sucks. Like I wish I had more time, even though it's hard to not think about, like, everyone has to have their downtime and their things they spend that time on, like, and at this point, like right now at least, it's like I rarely have that for video games. It's like I almost need something. Maybe it's because I'm just like drawn less to games where I turn my brain off. Like I'm more drawn to like an experience, and those games are just also, at least like big budget titles, like it's like those are only coming along every, few years, like at least one that really grabs you.
Yeah.
And I mean, don't get me wrong, there's like a lot on my list that I need to get to, but I'm also kind of behind, like, as far as it goes. Like I only have a PS4 at the moment. Really want to get a PS5. Now it's been long enough that there's probably like at least 10 games that I really want to play that are on PS5. Got to play that Oblivion remaster my friends the other day. Just kind of sample that, and I was like, wow, like that's something I want to revisit, headphones on, just like looking at the planets and the night sky and the water noises and just all of that. Like that, I would love to do that soon.
Yeah. Did you play the original?
Yeah, that was a pretty formative game for me.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's something so interesting about that project, because it's like it's rebuilt graphically, but underneath like the same game. You can sprint now, and menus a little different. Like they only cleaned up, like they wanted to leave that original game. They wanted to leave like the jank and all of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that the bones are there, and that they're running two at a time. It reminds me of like kind of what they did with the Halo 2 remaster, where you could just press a button to switch from the old graphics to the new graphics.
Oh wow.
Like live, they had them both running at the same time.
That's insane.
But yeah, Oblivion was absolutely the most influential game on me. Like as a kid, I played it so much.
I could probably call it that for myself too. I mean, there's like at one point when I was a kid, because I mean, I feel like most of us did, I was like, thought I wanted to start a YouTube channel. There's like old YouTube videos where I was holding a camcorder up to the TV because I didn't understand capturing video and then playing with my other hand, like one hand.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow. Didn't even tripod it.
Those videos are still out there.
Oh, nice. I'll have to look for those.
Yeah. I'm like playing a song off a Bluetooth speaker to give it background music.
Wow. Okay, fancy.
Yeah. Because I didn't know you could just add a song.
Right,
like
of course.
I had no idea like video editing software. Like I remember like looking up like, how do you stop the video and then resume it? Because like some like in a like a vlog or a classic era YouTube I was watching where there's like a cut, it's edited. I was like, the only thing I could wrap my head around was like, they're pausing recording and then they're resuming it. Like this isn't edited after.
Right.
I didn't understand editing. And so I was like, I guess my camera just doesn't let me do that. But
that's so funny.
Yeah, it was a video of me fighting the Gray Prince at the end of the arena quest line.
Of course.
But I secretly had the difficulty turned all the way down so that it looked like I was really cool and just like really strong.
Nice. Yeah, I can't wait to revisit that game. Unfortunately I had like done like a light playthrough and revisit like a year and a half before the remaster came out,
and so now it's like it's almost a little
I gotta give it some time.
Well, it's funny that they did this, because I mean I know that like the leaks leading up to it were pretty like prominent. And it was pretty much like we knew it was coming, it was just like when. But I just the little I've played at my friend's house, like I don't know, it's been so satisfying, because like the whole time I've been like telling myself this thing, like because I played Oblivion so much, I'm like, yeah, like I really do like Skyrim, and like playing that when it came out, like that was a really cool experience, and I have that day burned into my brain, and all these like Skyrim sessions I had with friends with 2 TVs next to each other and stuff. But like Oblivion, I always just used to think about like how like wow, if you could take like these parts of Oblivion and then just like these parts of Skyrim, like it's just Oblivion did all of these things so much better. And I think I still agree, because that little part I played, I was like, wow, this isn't just nostalgia, like this is like good, like this is a good RPG. And yeah, I love I think something I wish they still did in Bethesda games is in Oblivion, you like have to make yourself a class, And you can make that class do all these different weird combinations of skills, but like it I remember reading something about how they kind of undid this even with Oblivion, but like in Morrowind, because I only played that game just a very little bit, but like if you join certain factions in Morrowind, you were locked out from joining others.
Yeah.
But in Oblivion, they were like, okay, like, you know, if you join the Mages Guild, like, or I guess better example, if you join the Fighters Guild and, you know, your whole class is just blade, block, heavy armor, all this, like, you can still join the Mages Guild and do their quest line. You aren't like required to do, like, you might have to do like a spell for a certain but it's like it's essentially questing. Like, it's like going to kill this enemy, go back to this mage guild person. Like, you can do all the quest lines still,
Yeah.
and not even be a mage. And I mean, obviously you can do that in Skyrim, I feel like even more so. But in Oblivion, I like that, like, you kind of have to do multiple playthroughs for it to like feel right. Like, if all of my skills are like stealth and magic, like, I don't want to like do the fighter's quests, like, you know, or like if you are like a fighter, like, you don't want to do the thieves guild quests. Like, you can't, I think you can in that game, even like there is like workarounds, you could technically master all the skills, but like in Skyrim you can do that almost like too easily, because it's like every skill level up contributes to your main level. And I think it actually does now in the remaster, but like less so. Like your like, what are your lesser skills outside of your class? They're not going to give you the same amount of experience. So you're still kind of like, it's like promoted that you, like, you know, be your character, like role play as your character. And that's kind of what I want, like, more sometimes. You know, a game like Baldur's Gate, like, you kind of like have to do that. Like, you literally have to do that. Can't just be like, you know, a fighter and then be like, well, actually I can use telekinesis to move this thing over here. Like, it's like, no, you're like, you are what you are, you know?
Yeah. And it allowed you to, but it also touched on things like morally that were like not so ambiguous. Like, you could join the Fighters Guild and be a part of them, and these are a bunch of heroes going out and doing like getting bonds for people or helping people, you know, save their farm or whatever. And then if you go and like, you know, start doing Dark Brotherhood stuff, there's some dialogue there between, it's like, aren't you like with like the Dark Brotherhood? Like, what are you doing here? And vice versa. It's like, saw you with the Fighters Guild. You think you're a hero now? Like, you think you're not a criminal like us? You think you're better than us? And it's where Skyrim, you know, definitely just like lets you kind of substitute your own morals, like, and put that in place. But
Skyrim, you could like, and you like I said, you can do this in Oblivion, but it's just not the same. But in Skyrim, you really can just make one character, and it could feel like you never need it, unless you are just really like role play minded and like for your own sake.
Yeah, you have to put those guardrails up for yourself.
Yeah,
which people often do. Or
yeah,
you know,
but I feel like Oblivion, it like facilitates that a little bit better. It's a little more immersive in that way.
I agree. Yeah, and I think Oblivion was the first game for me that I found these like true meaning in these digital places, these digital environments, where I felt like as a kid I would just want to log in and just like walk around, and just like kind of take a walk, the same for getting the same thing you get when you walk around outside just to take a walk. I just walk along the shore, and then like something, so immersive gameplay would happen, or emergent gameplay as they call it, where somebody, you see something and you're like, oh, what's going on over there? Like the best emergent gameplay that I think Oblivion really helped pioneer, you know, Skyrim perfecting on, and then Breath of the Wild like really perfecting in every way, is that emergent gameplay where it's like, you need to go, you're at A and you need to go to B, And you're like,
Yeah.
okay, awesome, I'll go there. And so you start walking, and you're like, oh, what's this? A cave. And you walk in the cave, you emerge from the cave 2 hours later, you're like, okay, whoa, that was I got all this loot, but that was crazy. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was going to B. And then you go and then you see a village somewhere and you're like, what? And you start doing a side quest in the village. You get in the village hours later, you're like, what was I doing again? And it's like all this stuff happens between A and B, and it all feels natural because no one told you, oh yeah, you, by the way, while you're on the way here, check this place out. You just saw it and you're like, oh, I'm genuinely curious on what that is. And sometimes, like, sometimes you see a cave and you're like, I'm gonna mark it on my map, but not right now. I'm kind of locked in on what I want to do, and you just go check it out later. Yeah. But that emergent gameplay just was really influential to me. Just like I saw that formula and I loved how they executed it. But once again, back to they really created these environments that I feel like I wanted to like live in, and I felt truly like immersed.
Even just like the intro, like I mean, like God, like re-experiencing like coming out of the sewers, and just like seeing the world, like I mean, like I can't really think of a game either for me. That I mean, there's one or two that come to mind, but like I think that was the first like really big game for me. At least that was interactive in that way, where I was like, I want to like explore, like, because you're used to like so many things, like I remember that game making me wish that every game was open world. Whereas now I'm like so burnt out by that because I know what that means now. It's not that. It's not curated and like individual like unique things sprinkled throughout. It means like a watchtower or a camp to clear. It doesn't it means the Assassin's Creed,
a bunch of empty space, wide open empty space. It's like, look at this world, but it's not tailored like the way, once again, like I will probably mention it a few times, but Breath of the Wild, they perfected, like when you go in from here to here, there's just it's delightful falling into what is this? What is this?
A great example because it's like it's not full to the brim because it is wilderness. It is like maybe sometimes technically empty, but like it's like the parts that are sparse are almost built into the map. It's like intentional. Like it like feels like a piece of land. And I'm really excited to like really dive into Oblivion because I probably won't do it for a few months either until I'm like, I think I'm gonna like give myself a treat after the summer and allow myself to game more like in the fall. It's a good maybe I'll hold off till the winter. It's a great time for it, but like I can't wait to like fully explore it because there's so much I never did. Like I never had the Shivering Isles. Like I didn't have like these updates. And so like a lot of it I'm going to experience for the first time. And, there's so many things you don't really connect all together when you're a kid. Like I was probably like making new characters a lot and not really like, I don't know if I ever finished the main quest, like certain things like that. I know like guild quests that I finished 1,000,000 times. I know I did the Dark Brotherhood 1,000,000 times, but like, And like, that's like another thing that's like things I always think about. I like wished the guilds worked the way they did in Oblivion by far because like, especially the Mages Guild, the way that they're like, oh, all of these schools of magic have their own like capitals, their own designated mages guilds where like this one's the mages guild that specializes in destruction, this one's alteration, like, and then in Skyrim like it felt so lazy that they're just shoved them all into one big Hogwarts on the cliff in the snowy area, and I'm just like, I don't know,
it's just the big school of witchcraft and wizardry up there.
And like I don't know who knows what all like how well crafted is that on the replay. Like is it just gonna be like, oh, they made 6 buildings and 6 spell sellers when they didn't need to, or like do they feel like individual? Like, do they look different? Do they have like, you know, do the Conjuration ones have like Daedric artifacts laid across that they're like studying to, you know, perfect their equipment conjuration, you know, like things like that? Like, is the alteration gonna have like lockpick stuff? Like, I don't know. I don't really remember. Like, but at least so far, what I've gotten, like the taste I've had of it, I'm like, I really like this world, and it just feels a little more alive than Skyrim. And maybe that's, you know, just seeing something with that color palette. You know, there's like something to be said about just how the remaster looks and how like PS3 era Skyrim was, where it was like, you know, has the green and
The
brown going on.
Yeah, the overexposed bloom, like the daytime soap opera kind of bloom that it had.
And you know, it's like they're very like moddable games. Like, it's always been a big thing, but just because that's never been a, you know, at the forefront of how I experience games, like I just want the game to be what it is when I play it, you know? And so like the fact that Oblivion even looks like that now, I'm like, wow, like I walked up on that first gate and I was like, this is incredible. Like, and so yeah, I think I'm gonna give myself a treat and let myself play that a few more months, but I gotta stick to what I'm on right now. Me and Naraya have been going through all the, well, of course it's been some weeks since we've gone back to it, but he has never played all the Kingdom Hearts games. And so he's like playing them, and I have like my separate like adjacent save I'm doing at the same time I'm playing them too, with the intention of kind of me like fully grasping the whole lore that I never got, because I feel like by the time 3 came out, I don't know like how plugged in you were then to like that. I don't know if how much we've talked about it before, like how much of that franchise you've played. I know you've played some, but
I unfortunately only played Chain of Memories.
Wow.
I played that a lot, but that's the only one
on Game Boy.
Game Boy, yep.
Well,
it was the card game one.
At least you got the best version of it.
Oh, was there like a different version of Chain of Memories?
Yeah, so Chain of Memories was actually fully remade, like before remakes were even really, it was fully remade a couple years later, like 3D, like in the Kingdom Hearts 1 engine for PS2.
Wow.
And it's called Chain of Memories.
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
They're also the ones who do 1.1, 1.2.
Yeah, but like, well, so I will say those are all like collections.
Okay.
Like they're like 1.5 has one Chain of Memories, and then like normally they'll have like a game that they didn't fully remaster. It's like a DS game, and they're like, here's the cutscene from it that we made into a movie. So most of those collections are like 2 games and then a movie. But yeah, they're really accessible now. Like they finally put them into all one package.
Oh yeah, they have a collection now. Finally.
Yeah, because it's like that collection is just them taking all the different remaster collections and putting them into one thing. Like they still probably download as 1.5 and 2.5 and all this stuff, but then there's 2.8 and 0.2.
Oh my gosh,
it adds up to be 3.
I just think when I think of the lore, I just think of the video game Donkey video of him explaining the Kingdom Hearts
lore. I would
lore.
love to watch that as someone that's like genuinely trying to be like a scholar of the lore, because
that's so funny.
I keep talking to my friend about this, who it's such a weird franchise because so many people have such strong and like personal experiences with it that they had growing up, but it's like a blip of what the full like the full rod of the game, of all the games, because like even between 1 and 2, like it's interesting that Chain of Memories is your only one, because I always played 2 the most growing up, and I played 1 some. but I felt like I kind of knew what happened, and I didn't really enjoy it as much gameplay wise because they're kind of a big jump as far as like how smooth they are in gameplay. And I will say it's insane how timeless those games are. One shows its age the most, but like if you play Kingdom Hearts 2 right now, like the remaster on your computer, you're like, this could be a game that comes out right now.
That's so cool.
And especially the art style, like it's just timeless. Like I always like, I think it's like a reference point for me as far as like, I can't believe this game came out in 2005.
Right.
And then you like can play like a like shovelware movie game that's like all polygons, and you're like, this was made the same year Kingdom Hearts 2 came out.
Yeah.
And there's only like 2 or 3 years between 1 and 2, so it's like the turnaround was insane, like the depth and the care that was put into that. But yeah, so basically like we're replaying all of those. He hated 1, hated it, and really liked 2. And I didn't make him play Chain of Memories. I made him watch me play that one. That I was like, this is the only one that I will like not even let you try to play, because just look at how this works. You're gonna hate this. And
the learning curve.
I don't even like this. And it sucks because it's some of my favorite chunk of the story. The way that so many people I know only played 1 and 2, and by the time 2 even happens, the central bad guy group, Organization 13, is whittled down to, I think, maybe 6 people. And you just don't see any of those people because they're only in Chain of Memories, because like half of them die. Like it's, I don't know, it's a terribly paced and structured franchise, but I'm like also in love with it, and I like want to reach this point where I fully understand the story leading up to 3, so that I can then re-experience playing Kingdom Hearts 3 and see what I actually think about it. Because when I played it and it came out, I was like, I thought I did all this prep work going into it, and I was like, I like kind of know what's going on in the mobile games. There's no way there's like 7 hours of lore and that's crucial. There's no way. Like I watched the movie they included on the game right before this that has the same subtitle as the mobile game, and it was 40 minutes. So surely that covered all the lore I needed to know going into Kingdom Hearts 3. All right, here we go. Here's this game that I've waited like, cuz I mean like the idea of like the space between 2 and 3, it's like, 10 plus years or something. But that's like, there were so many games in between that. Like there's like, a DS game and a PSP game that are like now remastered and playable on console. Like they're fully fledged, like fully formed, like longer than most games of their time. And they just so happen to have crucial lore and story and locked away. I think that franchise, more than any other franchise, is like spread across like so many consoles.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
And
I think, usually, you must be, I hadn't thought of that, but you're probably right. Like, I can't think of any other series that's just been kind of scattershot of like all like changing, maybe Final Fantasy now, but like not
but
even.
It's like they were like made with intention on different consoles. Like it was like the new thing came along, and he was like I'm gonna do this because like prime example, like Dream Drop Distance, the game that leads up to 3, I think that was like maybe the last like fully fledged game that came out before 3. It's literally called Dream Drop Distance because it was on the 3DS, like 3Ds. He put it in the title. Like it's like centered around how the console works. It's crazy. And there's a PSP game, there's 2 other DS games. There was like a game with lore that mattered that was only on a specific Japanese phone. That they thankfully remade on DS, but it's insane. But yeah, I really want to experience 3 just with like a fresh mind going into it, see what I think about it. I still don't think it's like paced well as far as the story goes. I think 2 is like the best the game has ever been. And I really like Birth by Sleep, the PSP one. It's like the most Star Wars kind of in feel. And I'm excited to get to Dream Drop Distance because I think that's the fall off for me. So I think it plays great, but that's when they bring time travel into the stories.
Oh
so.
boy, then we get a Lost situation.
Yeah.
And you're like, what? That's flash sideways,
Yeah.
flash forward, flash. It's
The
like,
flash sideways killed me.
the flash
killed
diagonal.
me.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. These start getting season like 5 of Lost. And
Yeah.
you're like, oh my gosh. It's
Yeah.
hard to even know what's real and what's not.
Yeah, I mean,
anymore.
it led to everyone completely misinterpreting the ending. So
Yep.
there you go.
There you go. Yeah. And what you said about the was it Dream Drop 3D?
Dream Drop Distance, yeah.
Distance, like all those games that had like come out on the I don't call them gimmick consoles because like that would
Yeah.
make the Wii a gimmick console, but there was
Yeah.
games that like just can't be like ported very well
Yeah.
now.
I'm shocked that they took the time to do that one because
Yeah.
it does just play like a kind of in between 1 and 2 game. Like it plays great. There's a lot of really dumb grindy things about it, but like they added like that was the first game that they added like insane traversal stuff to. Like you can like do like free motion in that one where you bounce off walls and do really crazy jumps, and every game has that going forward. Like
Some Ninja Gaiden stuff.
yeah, and that was like the first one that did it was the 3DS one.
Wow.
And you also like switch back and forth between 2 playable characters in that one. That's like a first time in the series to do that. There were other ones that had playable characters, but they were like whole separate campaigns. Like this one, you're like switching back and forth. Yeah.
And it also reminded me of a time where that like around I guess the Chain of Memories time is when there was like 2 sets of games came out like for the consoles. There would be it was the D-Make era. They would make D-Makes for Game Boy and Game Boy Advance. Like there would be like versions of games you'd play and it'd be like the handheld version.
Yeah,
So-
it's insane thinking about. I mean, there's so many games I look up like that, and I'm like, the idea that like a game used to get made in conjunction with multiple developers making multiple different versions of the game,
Yeah.
and the publisher like orchestrating that, like I mean, I feel like it most of the time only really happened for like games that were IPs, like
Yes.
you know, movie games, stuff like that. But like they're making whole different games. And I also always like I can't remember what this got brought up recently, but I also always wonder like what is that like developing a game for a movie that's like in production, like cuz obviously like a lot of it is like they clearly have like reference art and like know the story, and like whether they do like insert a whole extra plot line or not, that like you know you never really know. Like there's like I feel like every Spider-Man game added like 17 villains that were not in the single villain led film.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Which I mean, they're better for it,
Yes.
but and it feels more like Spider-Man. But yeah, I'm just like it's I don't think movie games come out anymore for a lack of like marketing or merchandising, I guess is the right word, but I think for just like it's so much harder to make a game now because it takes so much more time, so much more assets, like as games have gotten better looking and stuff. At least if we're talking about like, you know, high fidelity games, not like a indie 2D game. Like if we're talking about games like that, like they're just harder to make. So the idea of you making that in conjunction with like, I mean, even the idea of like the production of a modern Marvel movie, which seems maybe just as chaotic now, like the things that are changed last second, the CGI that's inserted the month before or something. Like, how would they make a game alongside that and then it come out in the same window of time?
They somehow pulled it off. They did it.
Because I think the PS2 and the PS3 were just like this sweet spot where like games look pretty good, but like it doesn't take us 7 years to make them. You know, we can crank one out in like a year and a half because it's like there's literally less polygons. So like,
yeah, and like less space to use, like to work with. I think the number one example, I feel like I'm right on this. of a game that had different versions per console was the very first Harry Potter game. It
Oh
was Harry Potter and
wow.
the Sorcerer's Stone.
I think all of those Harry Potter ones, especially.
The very first game, I'm not sure about the rest. Maybe the second one did this too, but the very first one, the PC version, Xbox, PlayStation version, and I think there might have been a GameCube version. They all had totally different storylines and elements in
Wow,
them.
that's so cool.
So like
Honestly,
the beginning
like
was
those Harry Potter games are awesome. Like
Yeah.
because yeah, I think of that same thing because I don't have a lot of experience with the first one, but Chamber of Secrets had a PS2 one that I didn't own, but I remember playing at a friend's house, and then at another friend's house, I remember playing it on PC, and it being completely different.
Yeah,
and
so
like
must have done it too.
it's like it's kind of nuts because like you think like PC and you're like it didn't really need to be a different game. That was
Right.
like a weird intentional choice.
Oh yeah.
Because like in the PC one you could like just walk around Hogwarts and you could fly like your broom, and like I think in the console version of Chamber of Secrets it was like just a level based game.
Yeah.
The one I played the most was Prisoner of Azkaban, and that one was really good. I played it on PS2, and that one had handheld and PC versions. I mean, obviously the handheld ones have to be different, but I assume the PC ones are different too. I had that experience recently with, there's been all those kind of THQ Nordic like remakes that have happened. Like the SpongeBob game got remade.
Yeah.
And I downloaded it at one point. I think it was maybe during COVID because it was one of the free like PlayStation Plus games. And I was like, I played this game so much growing up. Like, I can't wait to revisit it. And I was like, I didn't know this game was like this at all because I had been playing the PC one. And the PC one was literally, now looking back, just almost like children's game style PC CD-ROM games that used to exist where
Point
they
and
just
click
put a bunch
adventure.
of mini games together.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like an activity center game. And it
Yeah.
was still the same story. They're like, yeah, Plankton's like made everyone robots, like whatever. But you just played mini games and it moved the story along weird instead of.
Interesting.
But it's like weird because I'm like, why did they do that? Like the PC had the capability to run this same game. I guess it was like a control scheme reason because it was less it was like less common to just like use a controller.
You would just not use
with
a
the
controller.
Keyboard and mouse would have been that weird with
I guess so. They figured, but I would definitely see it more as like what is the hardware limitations, and on that like I think you said the second game. It makes sense that you can fly your broom in the PC version, but on the other ones, you just kind of stay inside. It's more on rails.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, why is the SpongeBob game more limited on PC when it's like
maybe they figured it's for smaller children who would just be using a mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, it's strange, but yeah, I don't know. Me and Seth, who's in Gates to Hell, used to be in Transgression with me. Like we always talk about video games and all these like crazy stupid movie games that I've played. Like anytime a dumb game gets brought up, I'm like, yeah, I actually played that on PS2. And they're just like, you've played like every movie game. Like, why did you have all these shitty ass games?
Right.
But it's just like where my family was at. Like my family was just doing better during that era. Just, just got more things. Like weren't doing as good later on, didn't get as many more things, just that kind of scenario. But that was like prime gaming for me, is like
movie
middle to late era PS2 into PS3. Like I have, and I haven't gotten rid of most of them. Like there's been very few times in my life where I've like even gotten rid of a stack of games. So I have like so many of those games. That's still
awesome. Still have like a library of them.
And most of them are like, a lot of them are beat up because you don't take care of your games when you're a kid. But
right,
yeah,
of course.
I don't know. There's so many weird titles, so many things. I'm like, damn, I wish this would get a remaster, but it's like all these weird like combination of licensing deals. Like, did you ever play This is a deep cut for you. You ever play Marvel Nemesis Rise of the Imperfects?
Nope, I did not.
This is something that could only exist during this time.
Wow.
But I want to say it came out like 2007, 2008, and it was a co-developed and like co-written deal between Marvel and Activision. And so they had like a Marvel guy write like a prequel comic that loosely follows what ends up being the story, but isn't even really the same story. It has the same characters and stuff, but basically kind of like a alien invasion style thing happens on Earth. Intro cutscenes are really crazy. We'll have to watch it after this, but it like shows the Hulk dying and like Captain America's shield is like just like stuck into a wall, and the Punisher's costume is torn. So it like prefaces it by being like, a bunch of heroes have died from this alien invasion. Like, here's who's left.
Oh my God.
And they it's a fighting game also that has a campaign, because just the era, you could do shit like that, like full written campaign, like
wow,
same engine of game for the fighting and the level based story, like levels. But there is essentially what it comes down to is there's this guy who is an alien but like humanoid presentation, and he has put this team together of all these kind of like misfit people he found that like one of them's a ballerina and she broke her legs, so he like made her robotic, and she has giant things on her arms where she can make earthquakes, and she's like dancing around and making earthquakes in the ground. And he's trying to make like a perfect like weapon. And so all these like, they're called the Imperfects, is his team. And these were all original characters for this game. Only exist in this prequel comic and game, and they're like fully original, like new Marvel characters. Not like, oh, this character was like in a comic in the 80s and now we're like kind of brushing the dust off. It's like they made a whole new superhero team just for this game.
Holy shit.
And they're all kind of because the way they do the campaign is that you initially only have like a couple characters you can play as, and every character has like 5 or 6 levels. And after you reach the end of a story of one character, it makes you choose one of them to go up against with their imperfect like rival and kill them.
Oh shit.
So like when you finish that level, you can't play as that character anymore in the story. Which I mean, you can't play as them anymore when you finish their missions anyways, but I don't know. It felt like it had like weird finality to it, because you're like, I'm killing Wolverine.
Yeah.
Like I'm killing the Thing. And some of their designs are really cool. And I'm like, these are all just like sitting and like locked away to this game because Activision technically owns these characters as much as Marvel does.
I see.
And I'm just like, damn, it was like supposed to have a sequel, never got a sequel. I loved that game. And it's a very janky like arena fighter game where you can like, pick up a car and throw it. The maps aren't very big. It's not power scaled well. Like the Thing hits way harder than Elektra, but it makes sense, and it just, something about the control scheme I just love. And it's almost like an evolution. Like, I shouldn't say that because that would be sacrilege, but it feels like a weird alternate version of the Smash control scheme, where everyone's controls are like the same. Like square is this punch, like circle is usually a throw, but they all have these weird different things to them.
Right.
And so you can pick up and play any character, and that their up B is going to be vaguely like this, but it's different across the board. And
That's cool, because that mechanic works so well where you can just pick up and play any character, and you just kind of, I know if I do this, it's gonna do a variation of this kind of move.
Yeah, like the L1 button is like their traversal. So like if you're Storm, that means you start flying, but if you're Electra, you just start sprinting. But they both cost energy.
That's cool.
So yeah.
And what console was this on?
This is on PS2 and GameCube. I don't know if it had like handheld versions. It's actually something I should look into. I remember reading that the PSP version was a little different, and it had like Doctor Doom on it and Captain America when they weren't on the PS2 version, which kind of bums me out.
They would do that a lot in these Marvel games where they would have like only this version on this console had like this roster.
Yeah, and I don't know if like they maybe changed the story slightly, because I don't know why Captain America's in the game if he's like dead in the intro cutscene on the PS2 one, but maybe he's like just like an unlockable. I don't know. Most of all the characters that were in the roster, at least in the PS2 one, they're like all in the story at some point. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, the like one of the main like original characters that's like in that game, like my favorite character to play as is like she's an original character, and I'm just like, she's just like only in this game ever, and she's like cool as fuck. I'm like, that sucks. But I don't know. We should play it sometime. I still have a copy.
Oh shit! Okay, I'm down.
Yeah.
I'd love to just see these old games like.
Yeah, it has a really weird art style, because it's like it's very like of that time in comics where like all the Ultimates stuff was coming out, so everything was kind of getting like a fresh coat of paint and look kind of like sleek and stuff,
like cell shading.
Yeah, a little bit, but it was also like it wasn't the most well done, so it looks a little weird. But I don't know, some of the original characters look so cool. So yeah,
that's awesome. Yeah, I'd love to look into that and find out if it had any other versions too, handheld.
We gotta look to see if it has other than PSP.
So we live in this very unique generation where we were kind of the first like internet kids, but also the first to play like MMORPGs like RuneScape and World of Warcraft online. And if those games found a way to teach social skills and sometimes tough but valuable life lessons through those online interactions, like being in RuneScape in the marketplace and getting scammed, and learning valuable life lessons, learning those lessons in RuneScape instead of in real life. So when somebody says, hey, can I hold $1 for this or whatever, you realize, oh, wait. And so teaching those lessons, do you believe that the immersive and sometimes challenging social dynamics within single-player games provided benefits for real-world situations and relationships for our generation at all? And did they for you?
I don't know. I mean, when it comes to single-player games, I'm not really sure, because I don't know how much I like thought about it like that. Like, is there like a certain example like you can think of that it maybe did that for you, or is it?
Yeah, even like playing those like Harry Potter games, I would like, and like the block scheduling of the classes, almost got me like prepped for block scheduling later, and like it made more sense that I would like it wasn't like just like in the movies where like, okay, and now they're in this class now, but it's like I had to like go out of the class, look at the time, where's my next class at.
Did you have to do that in the Sorcerer's Stone one?
One of those I believe I remember doing that. I wonder if
it's because one of them is really weird and different than the others, and that one is the Order of the Phoenix one.
Oh,
because that one, it immediately starts, and it is like it makes more sense. Like, it's Hogwarts. It's not a level. You're just going from quest to quest. And most of the game centers around that part in the movie where he's recruiting everyone for the Order of the Phoenix. So, like, pretty much the whole game is you just going down the list of people that he needs to join, which this is like a montage in the movie, so it's pretty funny thinking back now. Like, but like there wasn't a lot more in that movie that like played well to this. Like, so yeah, like the whole game is pretty much you recruiting people by going to them and then being like, if you do this quest for me, I'll join you. And then like after you get all these people, then you have like the climactic fights, but it's all kind of building up towards that. But yeah, I don't know. I think like I don't know about as far as like lessons go. Like I think like there was a like definitely had those experiences like with like multiplayer stuff where I got like scammed or I scammed someone honestly. But with single player stuff, I don't know if I was looking for like lessons to it as much as I was like the emotional weight that I took from it. Like I like fell in love with like a lot of the like not in like the Tumblr falling in love way, but I was just like, you know, I just like you like feel like I don't know, there's like weight to these characters dying. Like Kingdom Hearts 2, there's a pretty wild death towards the end of that game. It was like one of my favorite characters and he dies in a pretty like brutal and sudden way and you're just like whoa, this is like that guy like he's gone now, you know. And then I don't know if there's like a lesson in that. I mean,
Just
I guess other than
experiences,
grief, you know, like it was like it's not the same thing, but it made me like understand that could happen, I guess. But I guess like you see that in movies and TV too. So I don't know if there were any like exclusive lessons that I got from video games.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask because I think it's a lot different. I feel like in video games than it is movies because you feel so much more immersed and invested in that character, and even if it's just small things, like there was times in film when I saw people interacting with grandparents and. You know, I kind of got an idea of like what that relationship dynamic was like.
Wow, yeah.
But it wasn't until like I played Wind Waker and and I'm talking to Link's grandmother and I realize like she just wants the best for me and for my sister and like it was this like very real kind of relationship that was not like dressed up like it is in the movies and it's so like one dimensional. It's like I've spent time with her and I've like gone out and like done things for her and then come back and had to give her bad news and stuff and like realize that. And then when I leave, like she's like so sad waving bye to me as I'm on the ship and I'm waving back. And so that helped me kind of understand like that relationship dynamic more as a kid than like what the movies were kind of doing. Cause you spent like real time and like you invested time into those characters.
There is a really good example of this that I did think of while you were saying that. I don't know if maybe I'm too hung up on the word lesson, but spoilers for anyone that hasn't played it because they really should. But towards the end of Red Dead Redemption 1, like seriously, if you've only played the second one, you should really play the first one because it's really good. But towards the end of this first one, you've played it.
I played it but did not beat it.
Really?
I actually spent more time with the Undead Nightmare DLC.
Oh, love that.
I played that
and
way more than the actual game.
There's a kind of a spin-off of that I want to get to.
Okay.
Wow, I feel bad. I feel bad telling you this.
Oh, it's fine.
Okay. I feel like I take spoilers a little seriously, but okay. So there's towards the end of that game, he, you know, after all he's done, all the kind of attention he's gotten from like the government guys and all this, like all the crimes he's done, like he goes back home and he thinks he's kind of like good and he's with his family and they make you do multiple missions of just homestead, like just wrangle the cows, like chop wood, and it's like it's I don't know, there's the first time I did that I was just like I was taken aback in the way where I was just like, whoa, this is like really like it's like making you like like just like spend time with his son who he's been away from for like a year. I don't know how long it's really supposed to be in the game, but it's, I mean, it's some months. Like, and he's like, his son is young, and yeah, like he, just all these things, like you get so, like, despite his family not really being in the game, you like, you have all this like lead up where you know his family's at home, and that's like what he's working towards, is like getting all this like heist and gang stuff settled, and then him like going back home and finally like calling it quits on that life. And that's what he's trying to do now, but like it's like too late because he's made all these enemies. And so you do all these missions, and then like these government guys like pull up on you at the end of the game, and like the end of that game, like the end of you playing as him, is like you're kind of like pinned down in the barn, and you know there's like dozens of guys outside, and your only backup, I think, has either died or gone off too. And so he just like pushes open the barn door, and then it goes into like dead eye mode, and you try to target all the people, but you can't. Like, you can't live through it. And like there's something about when a game does something like that, it's like this character you've been in control of for like 40-50 hours, like you can't, you know, you can make this decision in this quest, and you can do this, and like if he falls in water, you respawn, but right now, like, this is now out of your hands. Yeah. He has to die. And that was like, that's crazy. That's like crazy weight. His death is like very brutal. Like, he's like getting shot so many times. Like, he's like very bloody. It's just, it's insane. But it also makes me think of in the Undead Nightmare DLC, the Bigfoot quests.
I did do this.
That is very sad.
It is
very, very sad. Because you're just like, you know, you're like, this guy's like, I don't really remember how the quests are. I'm pretty sure it's just someone giving you like, oh, like here's all these spots where these creatures have been seen. Like, we need to take them out. And so you're killing all these Bigfoots, these big feet, and then you find the last one, and he speaks to you, and he's like sobbing, and I like this, like the line is like burned into my brain, because he's like, me and my family have lived in these lands for generations, and he's like sobbing because you've killed his whole family, his whole like bloodline, like his whole species. And if you don't kill him, like, because the quest just ends, and when it ends, he's like, it's continuous, where he's like, the Bigfoot's still like sitting against the tree, and he's crying, and if you don't do anything, he'll jump into the water. Like, he'll just kill himself.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And like, I don't know, that's like kind of another like obsession I have, is like cryptid stuff, like creatures like that, especially Bigfoot. Growing up, my dad was like really into Bigfoot, and I feel like that was the first time I ever saw something like that represented in a game. And I was like, oh, and it's giving like humanity to it. I was like, oh my god, like, I don't know, I probably wasn't like vegan or anything at this point, but it did make me like think about just like, you know,
absolutely.
It sounds silly to be like, oh, this side quest in a cowboy game real. In the zombie DLC made me think about my effect on animals, but I think it did. I mean, especially when it's like they're speaking and standing like how you are. You just didn't realize that until you killed all the other ones and walked up to the last one, and then you realized it could speak to you. Like, like you're a monster. Like, but
wow,
that DLC is awesome. Get the unicorn and the horses of the apocalypse.
Oh yeah. Oh man.
The fire horse war.
Yeah. Man, I just remembered that, like, the Bigfoot part was like the only thing I like really remembered.
Yeah.
But then the four horses of the apocalypse was really cool as well. But yeah, that was just, when games do that, it's just really powerful, because it's like you're not like this infallible protagonist. You
Mhm.
know, you make mistakes and your
Yeah.
actions, you know, catch up with you.
Yeah.
That the very first part you talked about with Red Dead 1 reminded me of my favorite narrative ever told in a game is the Last of Us series.
Okay.
And Last of Us Part 2, I won't give too much away because like it's now like in the zeitgeist
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
But like you know, everything is just fine for Ellie. She's got everything she needs, and you know, despite all the hell she's been through, she's on that farm, you know,
Yeah.
and with Dina, and everything's fine. And then somebody she's supposed to trust and love. It's not just the government, you know. It's somebody she's supposed to. It's her family, you know. Somebody she trusts comes in and corrupts it,
Yeah.
and sends her away to on one last like revenge mission that will most likely end up in her losing everything that
Yeah.
she and everything that Joel fought for her to
Yeah.
have. And that was really upsetting scene for me, but it was like this moment where it's like, you know, on its surface, it's like, this makes me angry. But it's like also, yeah, this happens though. It's not just all fairy tales where it's like, well,
Yeah.
a lot of crazy stuff happened, but we ended up getting the nice farm that we wanted, and everything's gonna go well. It's like it's
Yeah.
like real life, you know. It's like a family member comes in and shakes things up and says like, no, we can't stop here. Like, you owe us this.
Yeah.
You owe this person this.
And that's the thing in Red Dead, it's like you've already like you've crossed all these people, like you've done all these things, like you don't get to have your happy ending now. Like I don't remember everything that leads up to it. I've been meaning to replay it because it had a remaster too, but yeah, that game was huge for me. I like even played the multiplayer of that one a lot, and I don't really play multiplayer like that, but I just like loved the world. And honestly, the way they did the multiplayer in that one, it's like annoying that that's not what it just was in Red Dead 2. But yeah, going back to The Last of Us, there's also that part in the first game where like it switches and you're playing Ellie, and like this is like kind of a similar thing to being out of control, but I love in games when there's a moment where your skill set is taken away. Like, not necessarily the like, I guess it's not as tropey as it used to be because I don't really see it done as much, but it was pretty common in a game that you like start and you have all your powers and then you lose them, and then you're like the whole game you're getting them back. But like whenever you're like halfway through the game and they're like, here's a part where you have to play as a different character, that's just a different character, or like your character's injured, or like you're just like not as capable of what you have been in the whole game up to this point, and now you have to like be even that much better about these like core mechanics. And I don't really remember if she's like necessarily plays weak or anything, but she is like a kid at that point, so even if gameplay wise it's different, it's like if it's not different, it is like you're like, whoa, like I like have to like, because she only has like arrows, that's what it is, like she only has arrows, so it's like you don't just have all this ammo, and like even if you're playing it on like the normal difficulty, like it's like you don't have the tools you had before. Like she only has a couple shots, and yeah, I love parts like that in a game because it makes you like, it just reinforces what the game actually is. Like, it's not like all these, like, if it still feels that strong without all the bells and whistles, then you're like, this is a good game.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, yeah, I actually still haven't played part 2. I still really want to do that. And I liked, I've only ever played part 1 and like watched the show, but I've been like putting off the new season because I really wanted to play the game first. So
I recently played it. I'd only played part 2 like the week it came out.
Oh, really?
And then after that didn't, and I did it again, and I can't give higher praise to a game.
Yeah.
It's so good. It just moved me so deeply. It's really, really good.
Have you played like the last couple God of War games?
I played through a good part of Ragnarok, and I beat like that first one that came out. That first
Okay, yeah.
the first AAA one that came from PS4.
Those games are like, I feel like what The Last of Us is to a lot of people. Like that's how I feel about those games, where I'm just like, I'm so in on this. Like, and maybe it like helps that I like played the other ones when I was younger, but like, I mean, that's like maybe the biggest example I can think of like a reboot or like a reinvention.
Yeah.
Even, I mean, like, and I was like 100% off put by it the first time I saw that like revealed, and this idea of how that game's gonna play compared to like how the third one did. Because the third one is like, despite how strongly I feel about those two, the third one also has some of the craziest things I've ever seen in a game too. Like, I don't know, really worth playing, really like absorbing, because there's just so much good writing and stuff. And like, I think that's just like where like single player games shine the best, is when they're not like this giant sprawling open world. They're just like, I don't know. I think there's a really good medium with games like that, with like the quote unquote like closed open thing, or like the open linear thing, where it's like more like, I guess like Metroidvania inspired like level design, where like this is like a decent sized map, but this is more about you like going through this map and like experiencing these moments, and it being like interwoven, and all of this dialogue that's not even happening in cutscenes proper, that's like just these little quips they're having back and forth, that like, that's what makes like a game like breathe to me. And like, yeah, I feel like a game like that like only comes to us every few years, and it's like such a treat when it does. But
yeah, absolutely,
because there's like so many things about like a game like that. Like I think about like the Spider-Man games, like how much of that dialogue is him like on the phone,
right?
Like while he's web swinging. Like you can't even like, how does like a YouTube video even compile that? Is it just like like a mega edit of all the?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's out there, but that's like, that's not even the same as like when you watch a cutscene compilation, because that would be like, I'm not even watching anything happen. This person has to like stand here, web swing, and I'm just like listening to the audio. Like you have to live that game and experience it to really get that context of like that call, because it's like following a mission you just did, or like, I don't know.
Yeah. I think that really quantifies what makes the medium of video games, that art medium, is like what makes it so special, because like you have to take part in it, and you have this investment of time and controlling of this of this avatar, or the protagonist, or sometimes the antagonist, that it feels so much more personal. And like there are things that just can't be, stories that can't be told in any other way.
Yeah, I think that's when it's the best.
Like that feeling of like, oh, I'm a kid now, when you switch to Ellie.
Yeah.
And also you're no longer in that specific scene. You've always been like kind of, the narrator, the omniscient kind of observer, but you don't know if Joel's okay.
Yeah.
You don't know if he's actually still around or not, or if it's been a while and he passed away and Ellie's out there by herself. So you're on edge.
Yeah.
And but you still have to get a meal, and so it's just all these things come into place that I just don't think you can pull off in any other medium.
There's a sequence in Ragnarok that was infamously like really like just like loathed by like reviewers and even like the players, like where you're Atreus, and the first time it switched to Atreus, I like genuinely couldn't believe it because I didn't have it spoiled for me. I had no idea like going into it that I was like going to be able to play as him. And it's almost the opposite thing where like he does feel like a kid because you're fighting all these mobs that are at this point like really simple enemies to you, and like they feel beefier, but he also has all these abilities that Kratos doesn't have. And I'm like, this is really cool. Like you're like combat is range centered, like that's like not how this game really works. Like there's like really cool things like that. But then there's a part later on, a big sequence with him where he goes to this other. You said you finished Ragnarok or you didn't?
Finished.
Oh, okay, yeah. When he goes to Jotunheim and he's with Angrboda, people hate that section. And for me, I just like live in it. Like I don't know. I was just so I don't know how satisfied I ended up being with like where that game landed at the end, because like background, like that game was like there was meant to be like a Norse trilogy, and I think in a lot of ways you can tell, and there's like certain parts that are a little rushed. There's things that never really happen that you're like, oh, okay, there's things that are suggested and teased to in the first one that they don't really come around to, and you know, maybe they'll still address those eventually, but like ultimately like the Norse saga is like confirmed over as they've said. So I mean, you don't really continue after Ragnarok. That's like the apocalyptic event. So but yeah, that sequence with Angrboda where you're just kind of like, I mean, it's the same thing as Red Dead, where it's like just like doing little things, like picking up rocks, and like you're just like talking to this, you're like finally getting to like understand and know who this like ambiguous figure in the story is. And like yeah, I don't know, that part is like so beautiful too, like that realm. Like it's also, that's like another thing is like that was like so built up, like Jotunheim in the first game, because you can't go to all the realms in the first game, but they're like on that dial that they spin to like go to the different realms. It's like they're there, but they're like locked out, and they're just unavailable in that game. And like certain things like that, like in a, like when you're younger and you see something like that in a game, you like, I don't know, when it was less like we knew how to look things up and just like get an answer, like you start theorizing all these things. You're like, maybe there's a way I can get in. Like, maybe there's a secret way. But I like know as an adult, I'm like, oh, you don't go to those in this game. It's like clearly this is meant to have a very obvious follow-up where you do. And yeah, so like that, all that building up to go to Jotunheim, like that was, I don't know, it was cool for me.
I do miss that mystery of games where it's like we called them like the playground rumors, when you go and be like, talk about like there's a Mew underneath the car in Pokemon Silver. I promise I found it, I saw it, and then like all that before you could just look it up, and there was a magic to that. And like games were designed that way. We see games like made by Konami and stuff where there's Easter eggs in them that they knew people wouldn't probably find them for 10 years, 20 years.
Which is
and
so awesome.
And some, it is so cool. And like, but, and some of that stuff, you know, was kind of cracked open because people like literally took the game files, like splayed them all out and went, what's that? And
it's too easy.
It's too easy now.
But even then, there's still like I saw this thing the other day about this like this part in Arkham Knight someone had never found before. It's just like a weird part where like if you stand at this certain place on the bridge, like something flashes and becomes the Joker.
Oh.
And there was never a video of that until then. Like someone just found it. I'm sure like, I mean, realistically someone had to have seen it and like just been gaming and just like thought it was a little thing. But like this was like a thing that was never cataloged. And that game's like, this game's been out for a while.
Yeah, it is super cool to see that. And last time I mentioned it, but people still find stuff in Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
People will be like, you can feed the deer. I didn't know. Somebody just found out you can feed apples to the deer. Like, and is in Arkham, like there's if you go outside the prison cell of one of the criminals, and it's like a certain date on your
Oh,
PlayStation.
calendar man.
The
Yeah,
calendar man. There's like
yeah.
all these different dates that you can set your PlayStation to,
Yep.
and he'll say certain voice lines.
Insane.
And it's like dates that are like 2038 or something, you know, that you purposely have to go
God.
out of your way to get. And they recorded voice lines for this.
Yeah.
And I'm sure a developer's like, I hope nobody finds this until organically 2038 comes around and we're all long gone or whatever, you know.
It's insane.
That it is really cool to see that. And I think game developers will always hide things. And I think they're just going to do a better job of hiding stuff like that for people to find over the years. But there was a time when it really felt like, yeah, there's secrets, and you know, I don't see a world where this would ever happen, but without the internet, you know, like there might be secrets in like Silent Hill nobody ever finds.
Oh,
you know,
yeah, for sure. I mean, it's crazy how like even with having the code and everything, there's still like certain things that I guess aren't like inherently readable.
Exactly.
That
you
can still find.
Yeah, whole mechanics.
Little flashes and stuff like that, but yeah, I don't know. What's like the last game you feel like you've played that did have like a crazy effect on you that you like? I don't know.
What's super clear is Last of Us Part 2 for me, because that's just the last one I played. But before that,
I guess like maybe something you weren't like expecting.
A Short Hike.
Oh wow, yeah, I do know about that game, but I haven't played it.
That game had an effect on me because it felt so real, like it's like being a kid and like just kind of wandering off from your parents, or he's staying with his aunt, or she is, and like you just go and like your parents are having troubles, like, and so you're just staying with her and you just walk around the island like meeting people, and you organically find these goals, and like everybody's charming and just wants to take care of you, and it's a really sweet game, and you just all you need the whole goal is just get to the top of the mountain, so you can get cell phone service to call your mom. And it's so sweet, and that game had and I got like all these achievements and trophies and stuff in the game, and I was like, wow, I've done like so much in this game, and I've really invested a bunch of time. And I look at the play time, it's like an hour and 30 minutes, and I like have rolled credits, done everything, and it was like, wow, it felt like so much longer. So yeah, that game
awesome.
was really
I knew
cool.
it was about that link, and I remember when that was coming out. I don't know why I was particularly plugged into that one, but thought it looked really cool. I need to give it a shot.
Yeah, and there's so many games that end up on our backlog.
What'd you say?
There's so many games like that end up on our backlog.
Yeah, for sure. But it is one of those ones where I'm like, oh, I just know I'm gonna like this.
Yeah.
Like it's just, I've been meaning to. I need something that's like will last me a little longer than that. Like right now, that like I can just play, that has like some linear aspect to it, that like isn't these like super expansive narrative things, but also like is like a nice little compact story. Like I need something like that right now. So I've been like have like a little bit of a list going on, but I need to play something like that.
Gotcha. If I was to suggest anything that might be up your alley, it's like maybe my third or fourth favorite game ever is it's called Soma.
Oh yeah, it's kind of sci-fi.
Yeah, it's from Frictional Games, who made Amnesia.
So I don't think I might have played that. I don't know if I finished it, but it was some time ago. But yeah, I'll try that one again.
Just the environmental storytelling is just top tier for me, and it's just it all it's a really great like thought experiment, like. The idea of the game is like, whoa, like this may be where we're heading, and what are the implications of this? You know, transferring of consciousness and all this stuff, and it's just really well done, and it's pretty. It's you know, no more than like maybe 7 hours, 8 hours, and it's pretty linear, but I like that one a lot. Just if you're a fan of like flavor text and stuff, like stuff that like brings life to the world, you know.
Yeah.
It's really cool. So you're a fan of the Yakuza series. I want to ask you, what makes this game series resonate with you? Because I think for me, it's the relatability of some of the characters that holds the most water for me over what most people would point out, like that like jumps out to them. Where would you land on that?
Yeah, I think like part of it is the relatability, but not necessarily like in me like seeing myself in these people.
Right.
I mean, like you do like you feel for them in certain moments, but it's the fact that it's like so rare that you play a video game series where like the main character is in his 40s. Like how often does that happen?
Yeah.
Like I don't know, maybe like I hear people call like them like because of God of War calling them like like father boy games because of
Oh
like
yeah,
their dynamic cuz
Dad of War.
yeah, like I guess there's like, you know, certain games that feel like they've kind of taken on that, whether it's like The Last of Us, like there's like the, you know, these games now where there are main characters that are fathers, but like
Mhm.
I mean, Yakuza was doing that like early PS2 and like he is younger then, but that's also something I'm really drawn to is despite me not playing these games as they were coming out, like when they were being released, like when I started diving into that series, that was something that was like so fun and so incredible to experience is like almost all of those games are set in either like the year or the year leading up to like when the game came out.
That's right. Yeah.
And so like because of that, like and because they're often in this same neighborhood, like this same district, like that is also changing because they address things that are going on like politically, like economically in Japan alongside this. So like, you know, you play if you play Zero, it's set in the 80s, and there's this thing called the bubble economy that was going on in Japan where just like the economy was great and everyone was just like spending super like insanely, like just like dropping money, just like throwing money out the window. And like you that's reflected in like a lot of things going on in the game. And then leading all the way up to like the newer games, like there's been like laws and really intense like legislation passed to like crack down on like the Yakuza even existing in Japan. And so like the story is less focused like on Yakuza because it can't really be in the same way. There's still like part of the story, but like I think that was a big reason is why it kind of had to have this shift in protagonist and like this kind of reboot moment is because it could only be so much about those kind of tropes anymore. Um but yeah, I think like just like I love um playing a series where you can just like watch this character grow up. Like I think maybe that's why I'm like drawn to Kingdom Hearts so much is like I'm like can you hurry up and put out the game so I can like watch him be like not 16
Yeah.
like and I think that's why I'm like so interested in where they go with Kingdom Hearts 4 is that there is at least seemingly and like what has been suggested this like attempt or direction that this is going where it's going to have like a darker tone like more serious worlds are chosen and just like not as like a kiddie thing going on. And yeah, in Yakuza, like I mean there's so many things like real despite like how soap opera-y and ridiculous it can be, like there's also very real things that happen in it, like him like losing like someone he loves, like dying, like that is it, there's no magic in this game, like she is gone, and just the betrayal and like it's real, there's like really it's really heavy stuff throughout those games, like the amount of times like Kiru's like almost had this like love and lost it. Like it's, I don't know. Like you want to keep playing the next game. You want good things to happen to him. And like they do in this way without it just being the same game every time. Like cuz it can't be, at least like plot wise, it can't be the same thing. He can't always be in this exact same position because all of these other outside factors are changing. And so that's really cool to see. Love that series. I'm like a few games behind now because, like I said earlier, I like really need to get a PS5, and there's a couple of them that came out that were on like older gen, and I was just like, I really want to experience this like on the new system. And yeah, now I'm a few games behind despite playing them so much for a couple years there, and like being fully caught up at one moment and having played all the games. But excited to catch up on those when I have the time again.
Absolutely. What do you find yourself doing in that game the most? Like what side activity or mini games you find yourself doing the most? Because like I think I'm pretty basic when it comes to it because I love the karaoke scenes.
Yeah.
I played Like a Dragon the most, and there's and I'm not sure how it works too much in the other games, but there's legitimate like quantified like bonding experience you get by doing karaoke with your, and like just the fact that no matter what can be going on, no matter how serious or how dark, like if you're familiar with Like a Dragon, there's like the nursing home plot line where you're like, yo, that is evil and dark, but then after that you can just go to the bar and just like I don't drink myself, but like I see them putting back a few drinks and just relaxing with each other and having karaoke, and then just like cheering each other on, like you go, like, and I was like, there's something to that's like really real and nice, just like be able to you can go from this really serious plot line to just hanging out and just cheering each other on and kind of helping each other like get through it emotionally.
I think like, so that was something they only really started doing in Like a Dragon. There were like small blips of that in the other games where there would be like a temporary moment in the story where like Kiryu has a daughter, and there's a couple of the games where like she's a little older and you can like take her around and you're like, it's literally like father simulator and he's like doing these things like just like taking her to the arcade or just like something like that, and it's like really sweet. But like I don't know, when I play those games I kind of just like there's not like certain mini games that I'm like, oh, I really like playing this. It's just kind of like, I think it's like the novelty of having all of it is like really cool. But above that, I just like get caught up in like the actual side quests that pop up because there's so many, and the range and like tone is ridiculous. And that's one thing that you can like, not a lot of games you can experience this thing where you're like going through this insane like government level conspiracy like land dispute that ties into this prostitute ring that ties into human trafficking that ties into like this hitman, and then as soon as you finish like that story part, there's just like a part where you're just like walking around and then you like bump into this guy and he's like 8 foot tall and he's wearing a golden suit and he's like, I'm Mr. Take All of Your Money. And like it's like some of these side quests are like scripted so that they happen like some of them have to happen immediately after you finish a story part where you're standing, so like the tone is like immediate whiplash, and you're like, I understand and would expect some people to hate that, but it's like it's just like such a unique experience. And I get caught up where I'm like, I need to finish this side quest because if I don't, I'm not going to have any idea what was going on when this quest started before. And so sub stories they're called in Yakuza, but like yeah, I get lost in the sub stories, and then I then I try to remember where I'm at in the story, because like while I really appreciate that the stories are mostly self-contained to each game, like most of the big bads, like they don't come back. Like there's factions that are reshown and all of that, but like there's very few like villain characters that show up multiple times. If they do, they have a completely different role in the story, and it's like usually minimal. Yeah, so I like that. I don't know, there's just always so much going on in each game, but at the same time it's just kind of about the growth of the main cast and like where they're going to be in the next game.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. A lot of people may not know about the Yakuza series at all, but if you do know about it, you may not know about this awesome bit of lore about it, where when they released the trailer for Like a Dragon, it was on April Fool's Day.
Yes.
And it started as an April Fool's joke that it was going to be a turn-based game.
Yeah.
That ended up backfiring because people were so excited that and looking forward to this that they ended up changing the whole mechanics of how the game is played to turn-based mechanics. And I'm wondering, what are your thoughts on those turn-based mechanics? And do you prefer the beat-em-up style more, or do you like turn-based combat more?
So I will say, like I said, I'm a few games behind. So I think technically the most recent games I've played now are Like a Dragon, that one you're talking about, and then Judgment, which is like the spin-off series. I think they're still doing, I can't remember if they've really confirmed if they're doing Judgment 3 or not. But I will say I revisited Like a Dragon recently, just to kind of fill time, knowing I couldn't play the sequel quite yet, because I do really want to play Infinite Wealth, the like sequel to that one. And I don't really have like a strong opinion. I think especially following 6, like, and just the way I played those games, the way I was playing so many of those back to back, like I was playing games in between to kind of break it up, but like when I was done with Yakuza 6, I was kind of like over that version of the engine with that style of gameplay. And so 7, like a Dragon, was like very welcomed by me, because I was like, this is very refreshing as someone that's played 6 games that more or less have the same combat. And I will say, like, all of those games have like value in playing, like the way, despite like those games having insane turnaround, especially during that era of like 3 and 4 and 5, like they were like cranking them out like every like year and a half, because they're like the kings of like reusing assets in an actual like cool way, and just like each game being like in 4 and 5, it's like more weapon focused. Like you have all these like inventory systems, and you can like get all these rare like swords and guns. And then by the time you get to 6, they're like, yeah, we're not really doing that anymore. We're like taking more of like a realism approach. We've kind of like scaled back all the upgrade trees. It's just one thing, and like it's just gonna play a little different. Because that was when they started doing the Dragon Engine, which is what they use now. And the Dragon Engine was not really my favorite when I played 6. And then I think Kiwami 2 is also the Dragon Engine. And I can't remember what order I played those, but I feel like I played them back to back. I might have just been playing everything in like release order instead of like chronological order. But the Dragon Engine, at least for those games, was not strong for me until I played Judgment. And Judgment kind of was like, oh, actually, do like the beat 'em up in this engine. I just like needed it done in a certain way. And so I don't really have a strong opinion on like what's better or worse. I will say revisiting Like a Dragon, like the kind of like novelty of it like wears off like after you're like a good amount of hours in, because it's not as in depth as other like turn-based JRPGs are. And that makes sense because it's the first time they're doing it. So that's why I'm kind of interested in Infinite Wealth, because I know that like knowing them, like from one game to the next, they are like expanding on systems. Like, you know, like in 4, they're like, okay, weapons. And then in 5, they're like, weapons. Like, you know, like, and yeah, so stuff like that. Like, I'm excited to play Infinite Wealth because I think like if they keep expanding on that and like aren't just like, oh, this is like kind of just like, you know, dumb like baby's first Persona, like if they just like keep expanding and like become an in-depth like full on JRPG, like I think that'd be really cool.
Oh yeah, I agree.
And also like is seemingly like, I mean, they're always going to have another game that is the beat 'em up style. Like, they always have like pretty much 2 games announced at a time, and it's pretty much like I don't think they've like outwardly said this is like how they do it, but ever since they introduced like the idea of like there being this new combat system, they've had a game or a series going on alongside it that has the beat 'em up style, the old style. So that's always going to be there for the player. It just might not be in the quote unquote like mainline game. But I mean, even that that new game that came out that's that has Majima as the main character, like I think it's literally called Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. That one, which I thought and assumed so much about that I was wrong. I was like, yeah, this is probably just one of those like weird non-canonical games that you see every now and then. Because they have 1, maybe 2 games they've done like that before. Like they made like a zombie game whenever zombie games are really big, like early PS3, PS2 era. And it's just set like after the end of the second game. And they're like, yeah, like all the cast from the second game is here, but there's a zombie apocalypse. Like it was like very much pulling from like Dead Rising and like stuff like that. Fully like non-canonical thing, and you like have guns and shoot zombies instead of doing the normal game at all. But so I assume that would be like the Pirate Yakuza one would be like that. And then I like watched a review and they're like, nope, this is set immediately after Infinite Wealth. And this is canonical. Yes, he is on a pirate ship. Yes, he is like getting loot. He's fighting other pirate ships. He's using swords. But this is seemingly all canonical and fully progressing the story forward. So I don't know what that means, but I'm excited to dive into that. And I've heard it's like slightly shorter, which I mean in Yakuza terms means like 40 hours, but excited for that one too.
Yeah. Looking forward to Cyberpunk Yakuza after this one. Or Cowboy Yakuza after
Yeah, they kind of have a samurai one.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Remade. That was a older one that was kind of like never translated to the West because it's kind of in like it's set in like a samurai period that's really common to be like is I don't know, kind of like the like Western equivalent of like the Western world equivalent of like cowboy films. It's like this is a specific samurai period. Like they do a lot period. Of they do a lot of just media around, and that one's another one where they're like, yeah, we took the cast from the second game. I don't know why they're so into the second game, and they're like, it's just all these characters, but they're not the characters, they're the historical figures. But they're like the models and the personalities of those characters.
Okay.
But so that one was remade and then also translated for the first time. That's one of the 3 I haven't played. It's Ishin.
Oh right, yeah. I saw that. I'm like, I see that. I see trailers for these games come out every year. Like, and I was like, they're
Yeah, because
cranking them
they'll
out.
do like they have like uh a like a dragon like summit basically once a year. It's basically like their kind of presentation, and they like often announce like at least 2 games.
I can't think of any studio doing that right
No,
now. It's just like
literally.
doing their own thing, like creating like a single player experience that they're pumping out like that. Like
Yeah.
multiplayer games, sure, you could pump them out like that because like they're funded by the
And
audience.
just like the quality, like these are not like buggy games.
Yeah.
And
I don't know how they're doing
they're
Sega.
like recently the Pirate Yakuza one, or maybe it was Infinite Wealth. I can't remember. There was another like I think it was when Elden Ring was coming out. Or maybe I'm too far back. I don't know. There was a big budget game coming out around the same time as their title. And they were like, "Hey, let's just say it was Elden Ring." They made a video, like the developer talking, and he's just like, we all really want to play Elden Ring. So we're putting our game out 2 weeks early.
Early.
Like
That is the rarest thing to have ever happened.
unheard of.
Yeah.
Finished, polished.
Yeah.
Why can't we have this more? Like,
Yeah, that's the complete opposite of what we're used to.
yeah, like
the
like you
delays.
said, it's like a game coming out broken, a game being patched into being 50% good, like just
Yeah.
And it's not like this is like the norm in Japanese developers either. It's like
Yeah.
it's just the industry is in like a terrible place, and yeah, I wish you saw this more from developers.
Mhm.
It's like it's the blueprint to me. Like
Yeah. It's inspiring and it brings hope to the whole industry. It's cool that you can. Yeah, there's several games that have come out, but like there's like single games that have come out. It's like wow, like how did Balatro or Astro World like Astrobot come out and just do like better numbers than these quadruple A titles, like blasting past these Assassin's Creed, multi-million-dollar companies, projects with thousands of people, where it's like one guy made Balatro and it outsold all of that. And it's like it brings hope that there really is, we may go back to, instead of like these giant corporations putting all their money into like one title. It's like spread it out.
They should find one guy. They should find, the developer of Stardew Valley and be like, hey, what do you need?
Exactly.
Who are 10 people that we can get you? Like, why doesn't that happen? Why doesn't a developer go to why doesn't a big name developer team go to an indie developer that's made like a smash hit and be like, hey, let us help you make Haunted Chocolatier, like, because we want it out too. Like,
I can't wait to sell candy to ghosts.
I can't either.
That's gonna be so
Has
good.
he posted on that site like since?
I've watched one of his latest interviews that dropped like 2 days ago, but I don't think he's updated too much on it. The very like one of the last updates for Stardew came out, and he's like, I think it's like in a good place. I think Stardew's in a good place. It's like it was in a good place. I think
he got a little carried away because when he announced Haunted Chocolatier, he was like, "Yeah, like after this next Stardew update is when I'll like really start thinking about this even." And then I think he did that update, and then he like had more things in his brain. He was like, "Actually, I want to do these things also."
Yeah, I think he's very much like the the Deltarune guy or Undertale guy who like. It's like one person, and it doesn't really work with a team by how they work. They may have found like 5 to 6 people to help with like smaller things, but it's got to be, it only works because as efficiently as it does when it's one person.
It makes sense. Like if you're making and you're the one approving everything, like how could someone like make exactly what's like in your head. Like,
Yeah.
I guess unless you were like allowing it to not be fully what you had envisioned, and then that changes it at that point.
There's like too many cooks in the kitchen, and then there's like there can only be one, the Michelin star chef, and things are tainted. Like,
well, if you
there's
just
like
have
the
to
chef
approve everything at the end anyways, and then be like, no, change this, it would like even take longer maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Than you just doing it.
I
What
get
was the
that.
other one you said? Balatro?
Balatro.
I don't know anything about that one.
It's a like solitaire card game. It's like, but it's like they make it into like they gave it like Magic the Gathering rules, but for like your standard deck of cards, and like with all these different like powers and all that stuff. And I've never played it myself, but it blew up huge, and like it got like it got second under Game of the Year. Okay. Which was Astrobot got Game of the Year.
Okay, awesome.
It was just cool to see like a singular. It was just one guy, and he just cleaned up on their awards.
Have you seen the stuff about that Expedition 33 game? Or
yeah, I have seen stuff about it, but I haven't even seen a trailer or anything. But I see people playing it on Twitch and stuff.
Yeah, I kind of want to get into that one. I can't remember what developer it is. It's not like that indie of a team or anything like that. I know they made something else I was aware of, but this is like kind of them doing a like made this RPG, but it's a little more linear, like closed open situation, just really streamlined, really, really good. Like, and the concept sounds really cool because it's basically like people only age to so high, and then they like go they often go on these expeditions to like find more out about the world, almost like Giver style, where they don't know what's going on outside of their like town at all. But like the odds of you dying on it are like basically you're going to die, and so it's like, do you go on this expedition to learn more and figure out what's going on, or do you just stay in this town and just like die at 26 because everyone does?
Wow.
So it seems like it'd be like really heavy, and just what I've seen, it looks really cool, and it has a really weird spin on turn-based stuff where there's like moments where like it's your character's turn and he's like ranged, and for a second like it's like real time, like you're shooting your shots, and like but then you switch to a spell and then you're like aiming it, and then you have to like real time block all the attacks. It's like a really more like involved version of something like where you like block attacks, and like, you know, like on like turn-based stuff, like they do that sometimes where you like if you hit, you know, the right button, like you'll block part of the attack. But this is like way more involved, so it's like kind of a weird blend of like tactical and turn-based, I think. But I'm kind of interested in that, mainly because I heard it was like, you know, it's like it's just kind of streamlined, and like it's long but it's condensed, you know.
Sounds like kind of like they leaned into what Final Fantasy VII Remake was doing with their battle mechanic, where they just did both. Yeah, you can just do it either way, but it sounds like maybe they solidified it a bit more.
Are you into the Hades games?
No, I do know of them, and I know they're very good. Yeah. I know they're very good. And it's just another one in the backlog.
Yeah,
but that's like the roguelike kind of deal.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it is a roguelike, but it's like weird because it's like it being a roguelike is completely interwoven to everything that's like happening, which is like the only reason I feel like I'm even like drawn to it. It's like I don't know, like I've played some roguelikes and liked them, but like there's not one like that where I like played it to like what can be completion. Like
I agree that it for roguelike it needs to be really woven into the story for me to buy it or like the idea. Like I love what Returnal did.
Yeah, that's actually like really high on my list because I was they also had a DLC for Ragnarok that came out like quite a bit of time after the game came out. It was just a free DLC, and it was also a roguelike. It's just like separate from the main game. Like it sounds weird, and it was weird to me. I was like, how is this even gonna work? And then I played it, and I was like, this just makes so much sense. And it's not super long, and I think it's set up where the story could go in a cool way, but I don't even know if they've really decided where it's going, so we'll see. But yeah, I was just curious because I know like you have a PC setup and everything, and Hades 2 is like only on this like still like early, open development or early access,
Yeah.
So I'm like patiently waiting for that because I love that game.
Yeah,
It's one of the only games I've like platinumed, and
I want to
and
make sure
everything.
they're both done. I feel like I had a cautionary tale from a friend of mine. He said he played the early access of Hades 1
Yeah, see,
so much.
that's what I'm like.
You already know where this is going.
That's why I'm like, if I had a PC, I don't even know if I'd play it
Yeah.
because like especially when Hades 1 was in early access, like from what I understand, it's like these whole like, I mean, the game is like basically only 3 levels, like when it comes down to it. And I'm like, I think at points, like only the first level or only the second level, like it was like not the whole game was that. I'm like, if I had like played something like that, it would like almost have ruined not playing it in its like full version.
Exactly.
But I don't know if you've this might be something you really like, but that same developer, they made this game, their game before Hades was Transistor.
Oh, I've heard of that game.
Yeah,
I've heard of
that
it.
game I revisited as
Transistor.
well the past couple years. Incredible. And it has a lot of the same systems as Hades, but it's like instead it's like, well, it's not a roguelike, but it has a lot of the same gameplay in a way. But it's just such a good like just a good story. And yeah, it has a lot of flavor text and stuff like that, but just I don't know, that perfect thing where it's like, main character dialogue with like the other character that's around, like all like the world is so like I don't know. I love that game. It's actually one of my favorite games if I really like laid it out.
Wow.
I might put that one higher than Hades just as a whole package. But
Well, I definitely need to check it out then.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that they had made too many games before Hades.
Yeah, they made Transistor, and then I think they made that Bastion game that was kind of like an indie hit, like
Okay, yeah.
back then. I tried to play that one after playing Transistor because I was like, I imagine I'll really like it, but it just didn't hook me really. So I don't know. Maybe I'll try it again sometime. But yeah, I need Hades 2 to be fully done, and I need to play it.
Yeah.
To see where they're going with that.
Yeah, that's it kind of reminded me of like imagine like if albums had an early access version.
Yeah.
It's you'd listen to the album, run it into the ground, and then it's like, all right, it's done, and it comes out, and you're like, well, the version I listened to was like the one for me, and now and also just you're already burnt on the time it's like officially released.
Yeah.
It's like I get you need
It's
people
like
to
when
play
an
test
album
it.
has like 5 singles.
Yes, that is like that's a better parallel when
And you're like, oh, it has this
8-song
LP
album.
only has 8 songs. You're like, what am I even getting new out of this?
Yes.
Like that's like I used to always feel that way. There was just this era where I feel like bands were doing like promos, like hardcore bands just kept doing promos. It'd be like 2-song promo, EP comes out, it's 4 songs and a cover, and I'm like, so I've heard half of this. Like,
yes,
that sucks. Like, if there's singles, I want like, and even I don't know if I'd ever even put out 3. That sounds like a lot to me, but I know it makes sense if like a record's long, but like if there's gonna be even 3 singles, that record better be 12 songs.
Yeah,
at least,
absolutely.
Like, I don't know.
Yeah, doing 2 songs off of EPs is 3 songs off an EP is wild. But moving on from video games to our last section here, always like asking some more existential, open-ended questions at the end of each episode we have. And the first one I usually find myself asking is because one that I still, I don't think any of us really know ourselves, but how do you think music influences our perception of reality?
Wow. um, I don't know. I think that the first thing that like comes to mind for me when it comes to things like that is just like how we like process things. Or maybe even like what we build things up to be. And I think that kind of goes hand in hand with just like, I don't know, you think about like TV and movies and how like love is portrayed. And, you know, that's one of the things that's portrayed maybe more in any medium ever. And that's like not, it's not absent in songwriting. Like that's a really big thing. And, yeah, I don't know, like, as much as I want to capture these raw moments like I was talking about earlier, also as like a listener, I feel like, and like someone that like takes in a lot of music, you can also, I don't know, maybe I think I can be a bad consumer of music sometimes in the way that I almost look for things that I relate to too much, and I should seek out more things that I'm like, I like this, and I don't relate or like understand to this, and that's like good for my brain. Um, but in music, a lot of times the things that hit me the hardest, I mean, it's probably always going to be this way, but like the things that hit me the hardest are the things where I feel like that feels like a one to one with like what I'm dealing with or what something I've been through. And for better or for worse, because I feel like you can kind of fall in love and romanticize that idea, and it be kind of built up in your head. Whether that means like it influencing your decision making, or like, you know, maybe you're like having a cathartic moment in the car and you're like, I'm gonna listen to this song and then I'm finally gonna send this message, like,
Mm,
uh and then reality comes and it feels more real, it feels more rigid, and it's not as like soaring and orchestrated and soundtracked as
yeah.
like that brief moment you gave yourself. So I don't know. I don't know if that I guess that affects reality in the way that it affects like your decision making if you let it. But um yeah, I'm trying to think of another example. I guess I guess it's the same with hardcore, where it can be something that really uh like you can hear a song that just like you feel like they're really capturing something that makes you just as angry, and you can think about it that way too, like
Mm.
um yeah. So I don't know if that answers your
It
question.
totally does, and you made a whole bunch of thoughts fly through my mind, like being able to kind of reconceptualize a certain feeling that you kind of just take at face value, but then when you experience that through music, almost, and it's like, oh, I felt that before. Or if you it preparing you for when you do feel it, you know, if you're very
Yeah.
young and you haven't experienced like a certain strong
Yes.
feeling, and
Yes.
you're like, whoa, it all comes rushing back to you. It's like, oh, this is what that Death Cab for Cutie song was talking about, or
Yes.
something. Like,
I've
whoa, like this, that's what that feeling was when I like listened to like what Sarah said or something. You're like, whoa, that's
I love that
that's
you said
crazy.
that, because I have pointed that out multiple times to like myself and other people, where I'm like, when I first heard this record, it felt like prophetic in a way that I was like, I don't know what this is gonna be for, but I'm kind of scared of when this record will be like applicable, and I just somehow know. I mean, because part of it is like, if it's something, if it's about heartbreak, inevitably everyone experiences that. But there's a record by the singer Kalala. I don't know if you've ever really listened to her. You should, just for like, she's like, like in practice like an R&B singer, but there's just so much more going on like production wise in her records that I just like don't really hear elsewhere. But she has this record from 2017 called Take Me Apart. And the first time I heard that, I was like, I am scared of when this will apply to me.
Right. Yeah.
And the moment it did, I put it on. Like, it's like I knew it was going to come one day. And even like going on, she has a video where she's going just like track by track, just kind of saying a little thing about each track, and she gets to this point where there's what is essentially an interlude in the album that is like just kind of a minute 20 reprise, and only has like 2 lines worth of lyrics, and she's like, she gets to this song, she's explained all like 5 or 6 songs on the record at this point, and the song's called Bluff, and she's like, bluff is, she just gets choked up.
Whoa.
And it's like this, like she like has to stop herself from crying, and it's like, the shortest song on the record, the one that's saying literally the least, and she like, whether that's like all these other weighted songs she talked leading up to this and it all caving in, but just like the fact that it's like that song, that's like, I don't know, it's wild to me.
It's powerful.
Yeah. And she had a record from a couple years ago too called Raven. That one's really, really good too. Yeah, you should definitely check those out. She's way too like actually trained as a vocalist for it to feel like something I'm like capable of doing eventually, but like it's one of those things where I'm like, I think about this in a way that I'm like, I would love to make music like this, because it seems like it'd be so rewarding.
Yeah. I love that. That's sticking with me. The not knowing like that feeling of I don't know when that feeling is going to happen to me, but I know this is coming.
Yeah,
this is scary. A universal experience that everybody's got to, it could be something very simple, to something extremely complex and niche. Like, yeah, it's a. I think that's just where you get into like the top tiers of songwriting, where somebody just really captured this feeling and moment, that this human experience in such a pure way that it's undeniably the truth. And when you're given this undeniable truth, you can't turn away from it. You can try to ignore it and push it away, but it'll come back to you when you're experiencing that, and you'll take that and you're like, oh yeah, this was like guiding me.
Yeah.
And helping me get to this moment.
For sure.
I think that's a good place to end it. And I want to say thank you so much for taking the time to sit down and talk with me today. Is there anything you can tell us about what's next for your current projects?
Yeah, Gargoyle has some things in the pipeline right now. We're doing a longer tour in this summer that hasn't been announced yet. That will be soon, and we'll have some form of new music out before then. I don't know if it's going to be the full record quite yet. We're still kind of ironing that out, but have new music in some way this summer. And yeah, that tour. I just started doing this webzine called Fleur De Core. I've only really made like a couple posts on there right now, but I kind of just wanted to make like a hub for regional hardcore, like the cities I'm most like involved with and friends with, and just past couple years I just got really into just, you know, going to Cincinnati, going to Bloomington, Indiana, going to Lexington, and yeah, I'm just trying to make more bridges and kind of highlight all the things that the like our city might be overlooking with those cities and vice versa, and highlight as much as I can regionally. And I think I'm going to do a zine soon, like I printed one proper that I will kind of promote on that page too. So yeah, just those right now. Want to do at least 2 other bands this year. We'll see what happens. But that's the goal. But Gargoyle's taking up a lot of time recently. So, yeah.
Gotcha. And hardcore is so unique in that it is really this regional network of friends and people who develop these relationships over with each other. And I think, yeah, what you're doing with this webzine and this collective is great, because people in Springfield, Illinois may not know all the aspects of what makes Louisville culture so special. They know their friends from Louisville and why they love them, but getting to intimately more know the cities, and of course vice versa, Louisville people learning about Springfield, Illinois culture, you know, and learning about, you know, and especially these smaller cities like Springfield, because like we've all heard Cincinnati, you know, Louisville is, you know, compared to Springfield, I feel like, you know, Louisville's like a bigger city too. So Springfield would be more likely to be overlooked. So it's almost more important for them to be in this network.
For sure.
And so just having this bridge, you know, these bridges being made is so important. And it's something that's just always been there, but to give it a face, give it a foundation, is really a really important work, I think, because, you know, we are, you know, a network of like a regional like network of musicians that look out for each other, support each other in this really cool way.
Yeah,
and, so,
and there's so much to learn from, to learn and be inspired by from these other cities. Like I would say like almost especially more that like from the ones that are smaller than us, because like they're used to having to try that much harder, and a lot of them like on average are having like the general vibe of a show like more than I want to even go on here. And I'm like, how do I do that? And you like, of course there's like, you know, a lot of factors to that, like, you know, it's less people, so maybe it's easier to wrangle them all, but yeah, I don't know. I'm really inspired by it, and I, especially like, you know, the cities that I am like going out to a lot that I had experiences with pre-COVID, and watching like that growth and them getting to where they are now is really awesome, because it's like well deserved, and the people like me that were, you know, present before that, they like appreciate it that much more because they know where it was at before, and they don't take it for granted, and so they do all those extra things and take all that extra care.
Yeah, it's that, and that's where you come from, where you started in Louisville scene when it wasn't at its height.
Yeah,
it wasn't at an apex moment. People don't point to the moment that you experienced, the time that you experienced as like, wow, that was peak Louisville time.
Yeah.
And so you know what the scene can be when people are, you know, half-assing or half trying, not really caring about the scene and the movement. And so you don't take it for granted, you know, and I think that's what's so important. And hopefully we don't have this constant, you know, cycle of,
hopefully you don't
it goes super well. Exactly. Where it's like, inevitably at like our city's height, there has to be a low point for people to be like, oh, it can get bad. It's not, because it really can be something that you take for granted. I imagine in like any city you live in, where it's like, oh yeah, there's 50 people at every show, no matter what. Like it doesn't, and it's different when you live in. I always use this as like I always tell like bands that are starting to tour for the first time this, but it's like those small town shows are going to be some of your best.
Yeah.
And like connecting with those people is just so huge, because not only do they
now even more so, like,
absolutely, like when
so many of them are thriving.
When Puckett sent Narayan and I out to Ron's garage in Owensboro, Kentucky.
Played there before.
Yeah, that, I mean, it was just didn't matter who's playing there. Every kid in that city's showing up, because you'd hear these really sad, tales they would tell. Like, we had a drive-in movie theater, but then they tore it down and made it a Walmart, and that was like our one place. And now we just hang out at the Walmart. So like, you guys coming by and performing in the Mechanics garage like means the world to us. Like, it makes us feel seen, and hopefully you end up inspiring them to make their own bands. And it's like, and letting them know, like, when you come to their city, it's like, listen, you're welcome in ours. Come to Louisville and say what's up, because you'll be welcome here. But with that being said, thank you again for spending the time with me today to talk.
Thank you.
Really looking forward to all your what you have going on, and those 2 new bands perhaps. But until then, thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris.